for the veterans to share their own concerns, and then psychologist and social worker would be helping them to solve all the matters. Oh, Oksana, thank you for such a detailed information. I have a very specific example. So, Air Mobile personnel has returned from the front line, and the wife quits the job in order to spend more time with the husband, but the state is not supporting financially those who are taking care about the veterans. Now, I understand. Look, the social service of taking care with the professional care. This is something that is provided by the local authorities. This is how it's provided in the current legislation. In our case, when the person is retired in pension with the first category of disability, there is a special payment for the care, but we understand that it's not enough because it's been paid to the person. So now we are reviewing everything that is concerning the carers and taking care of the those with disabilities. So we want to review the different categories so that every person, particularly the veteran, would be able to select the option that would be most suitable, so that it would not force the members of the families to quit their job, not to have them stay like at home all the day. So that would be an additional payments for the veterans, plus there could be the social worker being involved in this process as well. Hopefully by the mid of next year, we will offer a new model that will be more advanced. Let's go to the economic part of the veterans policy. We all know that veterans is a powerful economic strength, and the state is to provide the tools for those veterans to have an economic integration. So here, what's the role of the Ministry of the Economy? Can I start not with the economy, but with the phrase that the veterans policy has become a priority for the country? Because my statement will be fairly emotional, because I will reference to my own experience. Just a couple of years ago, the veterans policy was a priority one, but all the priorities were referring to the Ministry of Veterans. So we had the Ministry of Veterans who were trying to solve all the matters. Now all the ministries have its own components dealing with the veterans, just the same as for the Ministry Economy. So, talking about the veterans policy and why it's being well, it's a priority. There's a lot to say about this. So, talking about the priorities and what the Ministry of Economy is doing, and going back to my own example, now, in my path of return, it was a long path, I would say. It's not that there is a magic pill, you just give it to the veteran after the mobilization and that's it. No, no, no. It's not going to happen like that. It's a lengthy process. In some cases, the people would need to be passing the same procedure a couple of times. So in my case, it was a difficult work that led me return to a normal civilian life without the thoughts about the front line, what's happening there, that the life is unfair. So there's four components in the Ministry of Economy that we might be offering to the veterans in order to ensure there is a fast return to the civilian life as soon as possible. We're talking about the accommodation, grants, professional education, and employment. So let's go into details on those. Talking about the grants and the grant support, there's two programs. One is called e-work, the other is called personal job or personal project or business. So, Vlastna Sprawa, which is personal business. So, any veteran willing to become an entrepreneur and he or she is willing to achieve some sort of success through his own business, he can get a support. He or she can get a support in the amount of 250,000 hryvnia. For the Kharkiv region, this amount is in fact 500,000, For other regions, well, I don't know, maybe there will be an inquiry, there will be a significant, more like a more money for that. So, as for the members of the family, they can get from 250,000 to a million hryvnia. So a family of the veteran or the veteran can get up to a million to start their own business. In 2017, I wanted to be an IT expert and entrepreneur before becoming a public servant. So I had a significant business plan for my own maintenance hub and maintenance center. But then, kind of my initiative was in a deadlock because I went to well, bank and said I want some money. I want to start my own car maintenance shop, and the bank said like, look, you have nothing. It's a good business plan, but we're not going to give you the money. Now the situation has changed, so now there is an ability to get this money to start your own business, so you don't need to return those money. The next part of the projects by the Ministry of Economy. That's the policy for the employment training, retraining. We work together with the State Employment Service, and I think someone here might say, well, State Employment Service, that's too old, that's too, well, unprofessional. No, no, no. Everything has changed, and we can take a look at that over a certain period of time. Just 2 weeks ago, together with State Employment Service, we've launched the retraining program for veterans. And they're training to operate with drones, to use data, to analyze the terrain, and to analyze the mined areas, non-mined areas. So all those veterans are trained to use the advanced technologies. They're working with drones, with satellite imagery, with robo-dogs, and all of that was done together with the UNDP, with other IOs, with the State Employment Service, and they were selecting the candidates for this process. So it will change the approaches in the whole world to that. I mean, how do you search for the safe and unsafe territories? Oh, I need to be faster. Okay. So, talking about the training, there's the certificates for 30,000 hryvnias. There's vocational training institutions where you can get the advanced training or retraining, but that's more of a responsibility of the Ministry of Education and Science. But I think I would still need to mention this because the veterans and the children of the veterans, they have a right to higher education. They have to right to some bonuses for the enrollment. Yeah, Alexander mentioned we shouldn't be, orienting or focusing too much on bonuses, but that's in education. It's worth of doing that. So we're working with the employers as well. So the employer can get reimbursement for reaccustoming the working place for the veteran to work in there, because all the veterans, they have some sort of disabilities. And if the employer is willing to employ a person with the disability, and he doesn't know how to do that, there's a special kind of guideline, and there's a special money that he can receive. If that's a second group disability, that's 75,000 hryvnia. That's a first category, that's 100,000 hryvnia. And, well, the person might be unaware of things that he needs to do. Well, it's not about the elevators or the stairs or something like that. It could be the toilet and some other things. And the state is returning money for that. Then e-accommodation, you can get a loan with a 3% interest rate. So until you don't have, your own house or apartment, what sort of integration are we talking about? So we have this 3% interest loans for buying their houses. So we do consider this as a priority aspect, and I'm very happy that we have this. By the way, talking about the employment, you said 97% of the employers are saying that they're ready to employ the veterans, but at the same time, 30% of the veterans are still searching for a job. Why is the gap? What sort of difficulties are being faced by the Ukrainian veterans while they're searching for a job? That's a good question. I don't think that it should be addressed to the Ministry of Economy. Maybe Ministry of Culture. I don't know. Because I remembered another social survey that was mentioning that 99% of the Ukrainians are declaring an honor and respect to the veterans community. But at the same time, whenever we're talking about the provision of some basic fundamental services that a veteran might be receiving, now that percentage is going down significantly. Why is this the case? I can't tell you. I can't give you the specific answer. Maybe the methodology of the survey wasn't really right. Now, talking about the implementation of the veterans policy at the local level. So, Irina Vereshchuk, what is the role of the Ministry of Reintegration for Temporarily Occupied Territory in socialization of our veterans? Thank you for your question. Well, here I'm as a vice prime minister that is leading the work of the Ministry of the Veterans and the Ministry of Social Policy. So the Ministry of Reintegration is not playing that of a significant role, but still. The veterans policy is not only the policy for the Ministry of Veterans to comply with, no. All the state authorities, all the local authorities should be dealing with that, not only the Ministry of Veterans or the social policy. I work a lot in regions of Ukraine, and I know for sure that if the leader or a manager, if his or her top 3 priorities include the veterans policy, then it's all fine in the region. There is a coordination, there is common actions, there is an understanding what the Veterans Hub is doing, what the Opportunity Space is doing, what the centers are doing, and the centers are already being created thanks to the volunteers, and what needs to be done for the synergy to exist. We clearly understand that what's most important for now is our common coordination. I mean, the central executive authorities, local, regional authorities, the volunteer communities, the international organizations, and we are extremely grateful for the support they're providing. Over a year ago, we, together with you, and there is a lot of people who participate in our weekly operational headquarter meetings that are designed to solve all matters of the veteran policy. And 54 weeks, every Thursday at 5 p.m., we have a meeting and we gather together in order to solve all those challenges and concerns for the veterans, members of their families, members of the family of the deceased, of the missing people. And this is a very significant, enormous work. I can see Oksana Kolyada, I can see Olena Tolkachova, I can see Oksana Korchinska here. I can see some of the colleagues who every week find their time and the energy in order to invest it for the common good. And I would like to express words of gratitude to you for that, for what you're doing and for what you will do for our veterans. It's important that we'll feel there's a kind of request for your work, and whenever you're coming with the request, there's a ministry, for example, the Ministry of Health that is ready to take this request, the Ministry of Defense, or the Ministry of Interior, or the General Staff. And I thank to Alexander Hudkov, for the Civil Military Cooperation. That's the department who has already received its all regulations, and I will accompany our service personnel, and they'll be redirecting them to serve to the civilian agencies who will start accompanying the service personnel, members of the family, in any challenges they face. I want to express words of gratitude to all those who find the opportunity, who understand the challenges, who are ready to support until there's a solution, and they're finding this solution that are later on turned into a state policy. The energy, the expertise, as well as the experience is something that exists within the communities. The state policy has to be a bottom-up like based approach. The experience that you have is very valuable. So we take the practices, we take all these Titans UA in Dnipro, we take the moral and psychological support that exists in Vinica, we take the unbroken from Lviv, and I thank for seeing today representatives of Lviv. We take all the best you have, we try to scale up it to cover the whole territory of Ukraine. Yes, we have a problem. Yes, the Ministry of Finance, well, they tend to say that there's no money, but they keep telling there's no money in the budget, but we'll think of something. And then again, there is a regulation on the dental support when there was a money allocated by the Ministry of Finance, then together with the Ministry of Healthcare. And now we have a dental regulation on the dental service support to the veterans. So this is how the veterans policy is being born. So once again, thank you. And so I will see you next Thursday at 5 p.m. as usual. I thank you. And I suggest to go back to the topic about the employment. Hopefully, there will be more requests to this ministry, because sometimes you can hear that the veterans are already returning to the civilian life. But this is not, already a peaceful life, because Russia still exists and still poses an existential threat for Ukraine. And the veterans are willing to make our victory closer. And I know that the Ministry for the Strategic Industries has a plan how to use this powerful veterans capacity for the benefit of Ukraine. Thank you. And could you please start my presentation? Do we have a chance to do that? To have my presentation on the screen? It's going to be much easier, believe me, with the presentation. It's much more interesting.
And instantly next slide, please. I believe that our defense industry will become the choice number one for the veterans. Next slide, please. The defense sector altogether is the second closest thing after the front line, which makes our victory closer. This is the opportunity for the veterans to implement their own expertise. This is the motivated work to make victory closer, and this is the opportunity to be with your own in the industry, to work with the weapons, and to help us recover and reconstruct our defense capacity. Next slide, please. In March this year, we had a pilot project in Ukroboronprom. We created the Center of Reintegration of Veterans, and we started the systematic work with the veterans, with those who served in the anti-terroristic operation and joint forces operation, and also those who started their service during the full-scale invasion. Next slide, please. As of today, the enterprises of Ukroboronprom have 611 veterans working there, among them 9 female veterans. More than half are veterans of anti-terroristic operation, joint forces operation, but we almost have 100 of veterans who were demobilized since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. They are working all together, almost in 50 enterprises, and we are working on to increase the number of veterans working at the defense industry. Next slide, please. We have figures, but we have success cases. One of such cases is the veteran who before mobilization used to work in the defense enterprise already before that. After he was wounded and got the amputation, he came back to work at his enterprise in the different sphere, but now he's still working on and he's going on helping both the enterprise and himself. We have a nice outcome for the state. We go on working with a motivated person for the defense capacity, and it's a good result for the veteran himself. There are certain details. We have complications with the labor code, and as of today at the productions, it is really hard to hire the veteran who has the disability. For instance, we cannot hire at the production the veterans who have amputations. We are working together with the Ministry of Economy, next slide please, on the amendments to the labor code so that we could get rid of those obsolete provisions. Next slide, please. We have the nice productive cooperation with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and we have the business sphere of work with the veterans businesses in the defense industry. Next slide, please. And we are searching for both existing network of training centers for veterans and reintegration of our veterans who are coming back from the front line and coming to work to the defense enterprises. Next slide, please. We believe that the ones who yesterday protected our motherland with the arms in their hands are going on producing, manufacturing weapons from the front line. Next slide, please. And in this way, we can together create the arsenal of the free world. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would really like to pose a question to you, but we are so short of time. We have Igor Klemenko here. Mr. Minister, could you please tell about the main developments of your ministry in socialization of veterans, please? Good day, dear veterans, dear colleagues, the participants of the forum. That's really our force, our strength, the strength of our state, if we know that we are obliged to provide all of the opportunities to do anything possible for our veterans to use authority, respect, and not only in the words, but in fact. I would say that the first thing what we started with in the very beginning, and the Ministry of Interior is the second in the system of security and defense, looking at the number of the veterans. We started with the cases of the wounded guys and ladies when we didn't even know how to organize rehabilitation, because sometimes their muscles didn't work, their limbs didn't work. So we brought some of the pottery circles, and during Easter everybody was creating Easter bells. And after that we had the board games to develop. It was not professional, but those were the first means which we started with. And the veterans who got first and foremost injuries, sometimes severe injuries, and they are present here today, you can say and understand whether we are truthful, or we are trying to deceive, to just paint a beautiful picture. So as of today, we are saying about the social accompanying and help for each of the veterans and soldiers and the workers of the social sphere. When I say about social work, this is when we take our defenders from the capture without documents. The social help is when our defenders are at the front line, we are helping their families. When they are captured or considered missing, we are constantly in touch with their families. And we are speaking also about the medical component. The Ministry of Interior in Internal Affairs, as of today, has really developed several medical centers which are dealing with treatment of our heroes. But we are beginning since the second day after the surgery. As soon as our soldier gets to the hospital, we instantly start with the social work. We find out the level of his mental health, because mental health at the front line as of today is defining the sustainability and of the whole every warrior and of the whole unit. We are speaking about rehabilitation. We've also started rehabilitation, as I already said, on what should we do from now on. I was giving out the awards and the medals and our warrior came to get an award. He lost his eyesight. He came with his wife. And then I paid attention what I should do. We looked at the work of our medical staff and implemented in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we implemented ergotherapy. We are treating and rehabilitating the whole family. We teach the whole family how to work, to live in the same home with this veteran. And then we are saying about the complex, what we need to do together, and about the leading methodology. Our international partners are helping a lot in that. It's not enough to construct the rehab center, because we have 6 of them in the Ministry of Interior. We need the innovative technological equipment. And what's the most important, which we faced and which we are still facing, is the selection and training of the professionals in rehabilitation, the experts. And as of today, together with our international partners here, we can see the Mr. Ambassador of Japan and our US colleagues. We are training our rehabilitation experts together. As for the methodology, what we start with, I was already mentioning ergotherapy. We are also speaking about kinesiotherapy. We have 10 dogs which are trained to take people from out of stagnation if they are not in the hospital. We are speaking about hippotherapy as well. So our partners, our volunteers are letting us to work with the horses so that we could work with our military. The experts are working there, of course. And, of course, this year we have the ambitious objective to open the Center of Mental Health and Prosthetics. The Center of Mental Health is somatic disabilities which can be found among our warriors, and psychiatric issues. We are getting ready to that, and we know that we see the issues with PTSD, and we also are training our experts and our bases so that at this stage, the stage of holidays or treatment, we could provide help for our veterans. As for well, as it was already mentioned today, our pilot projects of adaptive sports. We've already opened 10 centers. We are delivering this certain equipment together with our partners when our veterans have to adapt themselves to the civilian life, when they have the opportunity to go in for sports and just to go beyond themselves. For instance, if they have a prosthetics, what we can see with our own eyes, when he does already something for the first time, even being sitting, just sitting, and we can give them will to live. As for the control of the huge number of our veterans, it can be only digital, because just to process such a huge number and amount of diagnoses of the people and their family members would be really hard manually. So we've created the services in the Ministry of Interior. At the website of the Ministry of Interior, we have the e-cabinet of the affected person, where you can get access to the registration data and leave the request for the medical, psychological and legal assistance. So here we are speaking not only about the veterans who are now at the front line, not only about the veterans who are working in the system and are already hired and have a job, but the ones who were demobilized from the National Guard, the State Border Service, police or the State Emergency Service. We'd like to help them throughout their lives, so that in the most remote corner of our state you could get into the e-cabinet and make a request for the document, for the consultation, to register for the technical regulations if it is necessary, if the person got a prosthetics and so on. So there should be the system which would constantly be used, and every single person would be able to authorize there, to log in, to register there and to see all the information, where you got the injury, where you got treatment, where you got prosthetics. It will be all given. This digitalization process is still ongoing, and we are working with our servicemen. Of course, in the Contact Center on the Social Protection has trained 10 people who are working in this center, and we did it directly. We trained them by the veterans, in fact. fact. They were trained by the veterans who were in the rehab centers. They posed different questions, and through this process, we made the work of the center at the level where people precisely know, the operators know, which answers should be for the questions which are worrying our veterans. And of course, about the social help and support. As of today, we have 580 friends or helpers for our veterans. We also selected them and trained them, and they went through the practice also as well. When the serviceman is opening his personal cabinet of the veteran, he has instantly the information about his helper with the phone number. Well, it is not the appropriate comparison, but it looks like the manager in the bank. You have the special manager who you can give a call, and this person is permanently working with our veteran wherever they are, either in the troops or maybe demobilized because of their health. And of course, we are speaking about what's interesting for our veterans. These are the social help and financial payments, certificates and documents, and also the recovery of the lost documents. We are doing that rather rapidly, and we are trying to provide jobs for them. I'd like to answer your question, in fact. Why not all of them are still working? Because this is the system, the education system as well, which we need to provide for each veteran. And the Ministry of Internal Affairs is developing the curriculum in our educational institutions where the veterans can get to, either to work, to study there personally or remotely. And we are working with our other ministries so that those categories could gain knowledge and skills. That is both about the professionals and also the high education as well. And we are also speaking about the psychological practices points. The psychologists who are working at us had the trainings, including the United States trainings. We've got lots of information on PTSD in the countries which had combats, including Israel. And together with our foreign partners, we are providing our knowledge to the psychologists who are training their peers. And as of today, I would also like to conclude with the following. We are also speaking about our children, the children and the people who are in captivity, the friends who lost their husbands or sons, the families who, as of now, our heroes who are considered to be missing in action, the ones who got severe injuries. The children of these families are now getting education in the 5 educational institutions of the Ministry of Interior. Those are the special categories of the children when they fully have the provision by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We've selected the people working with them only among the veterans, the acting servicemen. They will be also in the uniform. Every child got his or her uniform, and the beginner's course is starting on the 2nd on September. Since last Monday, it has been founded. This is the 10th and 11th grades, and we are selecting the teachers because those children who lost their parents should also be protected by the state. Protected, moreover, those are the lyceums of the National Patriotic upbringing. Thank you, Mr. Minister. So that is why this complex of measures, which is done by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the whole government, I think, and I'm sure that soon it will bring certain results. Yes, it is important. The question goes to Ms. Irina Vereshchuk. I know that recently you were visiting Kropivnitsky and the Veterans Hub there. What do you think should be the veterans' policy in the regions, at the places? And which complications do our veterans face in the regions? Thank you. Really, Kropivnitsky Hub, I thank them, because the veterans came there. They told their stories, and in each of the stories there is the part of the Veterans Hub, the part of the veterans' space, the people who are indifferent. And every story is filled with gratitude that they're not alone. They've got lots of issues. Of course, they have issues with the military commissions and doctors' commissions, with all the papers. The issues exist exist. But still, it is so important so that they could know how these issues can be solved, where to get to, not to stand at the door and not wait in the long queue. When we hear that they are waiting for their turn for 90 days, these are the issues which we discussed in the hubs in Kropyvnytsky city. When we hear that for 7 or 8 months they can't get the status of the combatant, when we understand that this so-called M6 form is not given for months because someone in the military unit isn't able to do that, of course we see that those issues exist. They are multiple. The military commanders should be at war. They shouldn't get into bureaucracy. They face lots of huge challenges and they need to deal with the war. But we, the civilian authorities, the veteran spaces, whoever is there, are authorized and by the call of our heart came to this fair as we need to feel our responsibility. We need to hear the veteran, the mother whose son unfortunately perished. We need to hear the daughter who is searching for her father, and then everything will be okay. They need to understand where they can give a call to in Kyiv, where they can get to if they can't solve the issue, but they also should feel their own responsibility at the places. There should be the ecosystem at the places where the regional military administrations, the communities and the spaces, the veteran spaces, the volunteers initiatives have to work together in the symbiosis, and then everything will be okay. I'm sure in that. Thank you. We have some time left. In fact, it's very important, the veterans' business issue. As far as I understand, the definition of the veterans' business at the legislation level does not exist. So there are no preferences for them. The veterans are not only paying their unified social payment. So does the Ministry of Economy work on provision of additional help for the veterans' entrepreneurship? Igor, the question goes to you, I hope. Oh, that's a complicated one. So let us speak about the veterans' entrepreneurship, the businesses. What's the difference between it and altogether any other business and how it should work? This is the disclaimer first. Not all of the veterans and people with disabilities are people with disabilities, and not all of the veterans are capable to be businessmen. This is the part, the substantial part, which cannot do that or don't want to do that. So we shouldn't say that veterans are equal to businessmen. Do we work on that? Of course, it should be done. I wouldn't say whether it is done now, or we need to implement amendments at the legislative level, or we can provide it as a bylaw of the lower level, for instance, through the Cabinet of Ministers. But what's important, without the definition whether it's veterans' business or not, we have an option to support the veterans' initiatives, to support businesses, to support entrepreneurship among the veterans. And as for the decrease of the tax burden on the veterans' businesses, let us be honest. If we decrease the tax burden for veterans, then other businesses again, where shall we take money for being in war? Is it relevant? It is. We need to discuss about that, but it should be the grown-ups discussion where we weigh in the advantages and disadvantages of this solution.
Well, as for the implementation of the veterans policy in local regions, currently there's the enrollment for the experts that will be accompanying the veterans, those who will be meeting the veterans upon their return to the community. They'll be providing them with informational support. They will advising them on any benefits, education, employment, veterans business. The previous project, which was called the Assistant to the Veteran, well, there were a lot of questions to the project as a former kind of assistant. Well, that people were quitting because they were receiving 7,000 hryvnia instead of 16 as promised. I don't know that if that is the question to you, but maybe, you know, if all these matters related to their funding is resolved, well, that is the question to the Ministry of Veterans. That's their chain of command. I know the regulation has been passed. I know the money were allocated. Now there's just several steps still need to be made in order to implement that. So we're making sure that's happening, and the communities are interested in that, whether we'll be able to have an expert to accompany the veterans. And just recently, Kryvyi stopped and asked me whether there will be a resolution to this matter, and the Ministry of Finance promised that this will happen. So thank you. And we have a question from our audience to the Minister of Social Policy, to Ramaksana. Why the regulation on accompanying? Why haven't you included the members of the deceased family? Because we also need the support. They well, the social accompaniment is provided to any person in need. So all the categories that you've mentioned, they have the right for this social accompaniment. I don't know which regulation you're talking about, but there is a standard for social accompanying, well, or social support. That includes members of families of the deceased personnel, members of family of the personnel that is still active, still serving, and everyone in this category can receive a psychosocial support and advice of a social manager on all matters, then a group therapy, and then the consultation from the coordinator of the volunteer initiative. If they're ready to, join any volunteering initiatives. Hopefully, over the next year, we'll have a center in every community, so you may contact there, and they will be providing the accompaniment to everyone who needs that. This resilience centers, they're working in all the regions. Do you have any kind of intermediate results of their work? Well, we just started to kind of to commission them. In January, we had all the regulations passed. Already, we have a lot of feedbacks on their work because there's a need for the environment. There is a space which would be universal, which would be gathering all categories of people where they could be receiving the support in terms of combining their experience, in terms of, sharing the experience. I mean, the mothers or the wives of the deceased, how do they survive? How do they live through that? And the psychologists also can be, engaged in that process. There could be the reinforcement of the parental care, because we were not taught how to, teach our children under conditions like that. Still, the children are growing up. They're facing with many questions and challenges in different stages of their life, and the parents are unable to cope with that. So this is some of the issues that we're implementing in our centers. There's a lot of requests for scaling up of that. The communities, at first, they were not so sure about the project. Now they're interested, and we can see there's a lot of requests for that. We still have some time, so I'm going to ask a general question to all the panelists. So what are the couple important, top aspects in the veterans policy that you would like to improve? Maybe it's something that is yet unachievable, but still you would like to implement that for our veterans. So please, just briefly, concisely, I'm confident that it's not the veteran who has to go to the public authorities to ask for any benefits or services and to ask for any respect. No, it should be vice versa. The state has to come at home to every veteran. There has to be some mobile brigade. There has to be some multidisciplinary teams that would come even to the remotest village, who would help the veteran to sign all the application forms. So that would be respect that would be felt by every veteran. So it's not the veteran who should go to the state, but vice versa. Ihor? Well, we've already mentioned this today. I think a quality support now for the wounded veterans, and we need to construct the foundation so that the veterans after the retirement from the Armed Forces of Ukraine or other uniformed services would be able to receive a continuous support. We shouldn't be forgetting about the families, and we definitely shouldn't be forgetting about the children in those families while their parents or some of their parents are located on the front line or at home. So it's a common job for all the government, Ministry of Integration, Social Policy, Economy, Strategic Development. We all have to work together with the Ministry of Veterans as a kind of a center as a centerpiece for this work. We need to provide our proposals. We need to share our achievements as well. So, Oksana, I think every person in our state wants to be successful. So my dream is that every veteran, upon his or her return, would be feeling themselves protected with proper earnings, with proper level of support, so that he wouldn't be, in need for any benefits from the state, but he would be able to afford himself a decent life. So it wasn't be, in the form of some small PD supports, but a decent life. Well, the defense industry has become the choice number one for the veterans, so we need to prepare our team of employees to them. It's not the veterans that should be retrained. We should be changed in order to return those people to work. Because I remember back at the railroads when a young man who was working as a conductor, he went to join the service. He lost both legs at war, and when he returned to the normal life, he was told that he can no longer work at his previous employment because of the amputation. And he said, like, you can work at the call center, but from home. So you can stay at home and you can work from home. And we understood that we need to change, we need to prepare ourselves for our men and women from the front line. Ihor, please, just a couple of seconds for you first, so that not only the forums would be mentioning about the veterans policy, so that the veterans policy would be mentioned at all the days, not only in one day. And you need to provide to veterans what is necessary and what's truly important. I thank to everyone. Please take care of yourself and glory to Ukraine. So let us extend words of gratitude to the panelists for such an interesting discussion. Horst, thank you, and big thanks to all the panelists. And I'm happy to welcome the head of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Ruslan Stefanchuk, and the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. And they're also participating in the forum. We thank you, and we shall continue. My son, brother, neighbor, citizen of our country. Some says that veterans must be respected, but we say the most important is to respect oneself. The tolerance is a great word, but we don't want to be tolerated. Do not tolerate the lawlessness or the violence. We do not require a special care because none of us was destined to commit deeds. We just couldn't do else how. We require our own life, not among you, but among us. We want to have a job we can do, a service that would simplify the life and not makes it more complicated. We want the attitude that is worth to every Ukrainian. Our future is not the search for a common life. This is the path. And the unity is the feeling of a joint objective, joint work, the future that depends on us and that belongs to us only, to our son. These are my words.
Шановні пані та панове,
Ladies
Президент
and
України,
gentlemen, the President of Ukraine, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Glory to Ukraine.
Прошу сідати.
Please take your seats.
Шановні наші захисники,
Our
шановні
fellow
наші
defenders,
захисники, шановні рідні
men and women,
наших воїнів,
relatives
наших героїв,
of our warriors and
шановні
our
присутні,
heroes,
наші іноземні гості,
our
панове
fellow
генерали,
foreign guests, generals, friends to Ukraine. It's become a tradition
традиція, мені здається, дуже важлива, що
and I think a very
напередодні
important
нашого
tradition that on the eve of our holiday, the holiday of the independence of our country, we pay respect, we honor our warriors, our veterans, the Ukrainians who were doing and who are doing everything possible to preserve our Ukrainian independence, and just as a historic fact
український захист фактом історії
that
має стати і обов'язково
our
стане
defense has become,
українська перемога.
our Ukrainian victory will also become a fact.
Повноцінної
It has to be the preservation of our full national independence, the independence of all of our country, our true unity reached in this time of unity of Ukrainian people. We need to preserve all this for the next generations of Ukrainians. And we have high hopes on the veterans community in all these matters, for all those people currently serving in the army or in the civilian life, and they have proven that they do really care. They know the true value of the independence of our country. Any nation that has passed the transformation has achieved its place among the true leaders of the world. Every nation was relying on certain key individuals in the society of changes, and now in our society the veterans could be such key individuals in our country, all those who are wishing to become the conductors of changes after the war, including on the social level, in public life, in every single Ukrainian community we have, so that the activity of the veterans' businesses, veterans' spaces, veterans' hubs would continue, where you could get all the necessary support you want, and so that there would be a public activity of the veterans, so that all that would mean not only the guaranteed presence in all of our communities the presence of a true patriotic spirit, but also the Ukrainian development, and surely the improvement and the development in the field of economy, in the field of culture that we as a nation much require. That has to be like that, because this is important. This is important for the state, for our people, for our development. This is important for the veterans community to be fully integrated into social life, so that the veterans, which could see themselves as the conductors of changes, could truly become one of the most reliable sources of strength for Ukraine after this war. It is for this purpose that we need to organize the state policy, the Ukrainian state veterans policy. And the key essence of this policy is all about the heroes, the true respect to the defenders, men and women, their protection, the real protection without bureaucracy, with true respect, and offering the true possibilities for them so that they could further on improve themselves for the sake of their own development, for the sake of their own family, community, and all of our country. I truly count on this to happen. I truly believe that everyone will be considering like that in their own objectives. The ministry, the government, and the local authorities in different regions and the cities will understand their own objectives and this policy alike. And this is why I have issued a resolution to the government to approve the national strategy for the veterans policy and the strategy for the establishment of a transition system from a military service to a civilian life. Now, these documents, they reflect all spheres of interaction between the state and the veterans, starting from the very first steps in the return of the warrior to the civilian life, to the possibility of the veteran to reinforce the life of the community, region, and the state. And currently, we have the Prime Minister here, we have the head of the Verkhovna Rada here, we have all the ministries here, and all of them are here on this forum, and they have to provide the details on our national strategy. So I would like to make sure that our defenders would be active, would be energetic, so that the Ukrainian veterans community would further reinforce the further development of Ukraine.
And one more point. I've just come back from Sumy region, from the borderline region, and from the regions closer to the border, which are very close to our adversary, and where our military units are incredibly efficient responding to Russia, responding to their invasion, and sending the war to the place where Russia started and brought this war from, to our land. We are sending it home. We are sending the war to its home. And it is fair, but besides fairness, it's also efficient. We all need to understand that the occupier taken away from our land creates lots of issues for the Russian state at its own territory. And this heroic work belongs to our warriors. And this heroic work is more and more relevant, is more and more long range, and more and more efficient. Our defense operations in Donetsk region, Kharkiv region, the south of Ukraine, our liberation from Russian of the Black Sea from the Russian fleet, and our of Russian Navy, our operation in the Sumy region, and daily strikes against Russian military objects. All of that is our systematic way of protection of Ukraine, the way to end this war according to the conditions of the independent Ukraine. I'm sure that we'll overcome this way, whatever it may seem complicated. I thank every single person who, with his or her strength and resilience and courage, provides the movement of our state towards its objective and its fair objectives. So now let's commemorate with a minute of silence the memory of all of the people who gave their lives for the sake of all of us, for the sake of the future of Ukraine, please.
Дякуємо їм
Thank
за
you.
незалежність
Thank
України.
them for the independence of Ukraine. I thank you, all of our warriors, all of our veterans, the whole Ukrainian people. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you. We thank Mr. President of Ukraine for his participation in the forum.
До слова запрошується
We give the floor to the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk.
Шановний пане президенте,
Dear
шановний
Mr.
пане
President
прем'єр-міністре,
and Mr. Prime Minister, dear members of the government, our defenders, veterans, dear guests and partners.
насамперед дозвольте мені
First and foremost, let me,
від імені Верховної Ради
from behalf of the Parliament, congratulate you with the beginning of the work of the 7th Veterans Forum. I think that today there can be any other opinion, but we should emphasize again that we are sincerely thankful to all of you for what you've done and you are still doing for Ukraine. Dear colleagues, all of us are always indebted to all of you, to each of you, and also standing in front of the memory of the defenders who perished in the fight for independence of Ukraine. And separately, I'd like to say that today one of the main tasks of the authorities is to preserve the memory about our heroes and for our veterans to provide really worthy conditions of life for them. And it's symbolic that today we are now in the circle of our defenders, the veterans. And what's symbolic about that? Getting ready to today's speech,
натрапив на інтерв'ю
I found the interview of the intelligence officers and Vice Admiral, retired Vice Admiral of the United States, Robert Mueller, who mentioned, among other things, that George Washington had one of his famous and favorite phrases.
до ветеранів
The attitude towards veterans is the strongest message which you can send now to your soldiers who are now at war.
що глибина цієї
I think that the depth of this idea is
сьогоднішня демонстрація
the following. That today's demonstration of this attitude should be
дуже вагомим сигналом.
a very substantial signal that every single person who protects our motherland will have the proper respect and support from the Ukrainian people. And that is why I'm totally sure and can confirm today that both for the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and for the Parliament and for the government, the issue of veterans is the first and foremost, the top priority
Шановні колеги, якщо дозволите, як урок
provision. So, dear colleagues, first of all, in the nutshell, I'd like to characterize and describe what the Parliament did in the veterans policy.
ми схвалили цілу
We've adopted lots of decisions in the laws which gave the opportunity
ті чи інші
to
регулювання
make in order the societal relations, first of all, for the veterans. That is, the rights of the soldiers for the biological parentship, and also the right of the personal testament in case of death, about the payment, and also the simplified procedure for the status of the combatant for the people with disabilities as the consequence of war, and also the settlement on the burial rituals among the people who protected the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And also we approved this law, which was done within the announced policy of heroes by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. As of today, the Ukrainian Parliament is going on with its work. As far as I understand, we are even expanding our work after today's decree of the President, when we develop the unified concept, the strategy of the veterans. But even today in the Parliament, we are working on several legislative initiatives. In particular, we're working on the creation of the favorable conditions to fund the development of veterans entrepreneurship. And I know there is an exhibition of veterans entrepreneurship today. We definitely, all of us, have to visit it and support our veterans who are now in entrepreneurship. Besides that, we define the principles of the internal policies in the veteran sphere. We need to commemorate our defenders and veterans. And also it is relevant to find out the peculiarities of the unions of veterans. And also we need to do that, and we are working on that in our committees. We need to consider the peculiarities of the labor and social legislation for our veterans and the conditions to preserve the job places for the servicemen. The majority of the law drafts are ready for consideration in the first reading, and I'm deeply assured that soon we'll do everything possible so that the Ukrainian parliament could have one special day, a day of the veterans' laws and initiatives. And I really ask the committee who is responsible for that to do everything possible so that we could prepare this very important day together with the legislative initiatives which already exist or will be developed soon. We need to implement that soon and commemorate and respect our veterans. Dear colleagues, in the end of my speech, I would like to wish the participants of the forum, first of all, the active work and substantial outcomes. Dear friends, let God save your relatives and close ones, because we understand that the earth, the land which you are protecting, and the victory which all of us are making closer is the one what's really necessary for Ukraine. So I wish all of us the common victory, and glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. We are happy to welcome at this stage the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Shmyhal. Dear Mr. President and the head of our parliament, dear veterans, the relatives, the close ones of our defendants, colleagues, friends, partners. 910 days have passed since the beginning of the full-scale war. Since these days, the world has changed, Ukraine has changed, Europe has faced the barbarianship which was never seen in the 20th century. The Russian barbarians have only one powerful strength on their way: Ukrainian warriors, our defenders. The future of Ukraine depends on you. The future of Europe depends on you as well. We give you honor and respect and gratitude for your heroism and courage, and eternal memory to the warriors who gave their lives for the motherland. Our common obligation is to commemorate them and to create the huge opportunities and to make the defenders the drivers of change, not only in the troops but in the civilian life. The government is implementing the new veterans policy. A year ago, we defined its contour, and now we're implementing it into life. The first sphere is the service infrastructure for the protectors and also the defenders, the new services, digitalization of veteran services, integration of the register, simplifying of the procedures, and upscaling of one-stop windows in the centers of administrative services provision, which is taking place now. Our principle is quickly and simple services without bureaucracy. In the regions and in the communities, we create structural units on the veterans policy, because in the center, we are framework. Its implementation depends on how authorities at the places are working. We gave the start for the work of the institution of the Veterans Helper, the expert who will help the warriors to adapt themselves to the peaceful life. Until the end of the year, we are planning to train 3,000 of such experts, and our budget allocates 2.9 billion hryvnia for that. In the future, this number of veterans helpers will be increased. We have formed the network of veteran spaces where the veterans can get legal, social, informational, and other types of assistance and support. support. Our second sphere of work of the new veterans policy is the conditions for the economic activity of the defenders. First of all, their jobs or startup of their own business. The veterans will have the opportunity to get a new profession or improve their knowledge and skills, and it can be done through the centers of vocational education, the state employment service, the vouchers for education issued by the state, or the centers of veterans development. Such centers have been created at the 19 higher educational institutions in different regions of our country. The veterans business is considered to be one of the foundations for the recovery and growth of economy. The veterans are strong, courageous people with leadership qualities. They are successfully implementing their skills in entrepreneurship. As the head of the parliament said, we can get acquainted with their developments and support them, and we can give the signal that it is just the beginning. We need to develop this sphere actively, and we are spending lots of efforts on that. Within the grant program, there are jobs for more than 900 of the veterans and their relatives who got more than 410 millions for the startup of their family business. And also we support the Veterans Foundation. We label the goods created by the defenders, which is a very reliable brand, which makes the veterans business more recognizable. The third sphere, treatment and rehabilitation. Our obligation is to help the defenders to recover physically and mentally. The most ambitious objective is to open the modern centers of rehabilitation for the military and veterans in all of the regions, looking at the model how it is working in Borodyanka at Kiev region. And even now we have the service on psychological and mental support for veterans and their family members. They will get the reimbursement for the dental services and also dental prosthetics, and the defenders can also get high-quality prosthetics, and it will be done for free by the state. We also provide the commission for the rehabilitation experts and psychologists who will be working with the servicemen, and separate attention is paid to the inclusive and barrierless environment. We thank to the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, for whatever she has done in this sphere. In particular, there has been improved a certain national strategy, and now we develop the plan of measures for the following 2 years. I'm sure that we'll be very active and efficient implementing these measures. The fourth sphere of the new veterans policy, accessible housing for our protectors and defenders. Last year, 2,600 of veterans and their families got the money compensation or reimbursement for the acquirement of the housing. As of this year, 5.7 billion hryvnia is allocated for that. We have the mortgage program e-house, e-Oselia, with a minimum beginning starting investment. It's important for us that the people who are protecting their country could have their own house and could realize their skills where they consider it to be proper. The fifth one is commemorating of the deeds of Ukrainian warriors. This is the breakthrough cross-sectoral sphere which covers all of the spheres, from toponymics to educational and high-scale projects of memory. One of these projects is the creation of the National Military Cemetery. The government has created the lore base, and also we found the location. The parliament has voted for all the necessary laws and bylaws for the quickly decision-making process. We've created the Special Coordination Council with the participation of the state officials, the relatives of the deceased, the scientists, academics, and the experts. It is important for the state to rethink and normalize the culture of the burial places of our heroes. We should remember, we should respect them. We should bring up the younger generation, looking at the example of our heroes. These are the outcomes we are striving for. This is what we need, our children and grandchildren need, all the Ukrainians need all over the free world. Every single person should know who they are obliged to with their life, freedom, and what is the price of this freedom. Esteemed defenders of our country, dear colleagues and friends, lots of things have been done, but we've got lots of challenges ahead of us. We need to do everything possible for our defenders, for those who are keeping Ukraine on their own shoulders and who are giving us as a gift the next day, who is writing our history. with the iron and blood now. We thank you, our dear defenders. Your actions are invaluable. We wish you have resilience and victory. We'll definitely win. Thank you for your investment into the victory. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. We thank for the speech the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Shmyhal. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, the veterans, we give the floor to the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Rustem Umerov.
Шановні ветерани, рідні
Esteemed
наших героїв,
veterans, the relatives of our heroes, dear guests, today I have an honor to be here and I would like to sincerely thank each of you. You are the ones who has fought for and protected our freedom. You are the ones thanks to whom our country is standing for its fight for the independence. And today the obligation of the society, our obligation, is to support you. We are developing the new capacities of our defense forces. The Ministry of Defense is working in all of the spheres, providing and supplying modern armament and equipment, ammunition. We are providing the training for the military. We understand that the comeback to the peaceful life after the combats is not a simple process. That is why the ministry has created the Department of Mental Support, which is dealing with reintegration into the peaceful or civilian life. Now, we are launching two important infrastructure projects. The first one is the reconstruction of the military hospitals. Our objective is to reconstruct the hospitals in 12 cities during 2 following years. The first line of renovation is in Dnipro city, Odessa city, Kharkiv, Kyiv and Vinnytsia cities. The second line of hospitals are in Zhytomyr city, Lutsk, Lviv, Poltava, Rivne, Khmelnytsky and Khmelnyk cities. Those upscaled projects will help provide the high level of medical help for our military in all of the regions of our country. The military healthcare will be at the level of our Western partners. We have really cool doctors. We need to provide the spaces where both the doctors and the military will feel worthily. The second important project is barrierlessness. It will be implemented together with the communities.
And we want every city of all sizes, of all dimensions, become barrierlessness. We want to create equal opportunities for everyone, without physical, without social or informational barriers, so that the veterans would be comfortably integrating into the civilian life. Very soon, we will present this very ambitious project and we'll start with its implementation. What can we be proud of at the moment is that we digitalized the recruitment process that has never been done over the 23 years of the independence. Over the past half a year, the Ministry of Defense have launched a number of innovative solutions. Reserve Plus, that's for the recruits. Army Plus, that's the app for the military. And it allows to overcome some of the routine aspects, and it allows the state to have feedback directly from our service personnel. And our next step, that's together with our other ministries, is the app called Veteran Plus. Now, this is the service that the state is using to help the veterans. It's already in the process of development, and we are using the best international practices for that. We want to create the rehab programs to support the veterans, and we are using the experience. The world can see our courage, and the international partners are ready to support us in this.
Шановні друзі, побратими,
Dear friends, allow us to express deepest respect to those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, for the sake of the independence of our country. It is our sacred duty to support those who continue to live with the terrible, the horrific memory. Dear veterans, you are our pride, you are our strength, and we thank you for what you've done and what you continue to do for Ukraine. We stand alongside you in this struggle for the peaceful life, and we shall definitely be victorious over the aggression and tyranny. I thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. The floor is given to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Andriy Lebedenko. Glory to Ukraine. Fellow Ukrainian veterans, service personnel, participants of the forum, first and foremost, I thank you for the invitation, and I'm passing the greetings on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Colonel General Alexander Singsky. He is currently on the most difficult parts of the front line, and we traditionally conduct this Veterans Forum on the eve of the Independence Day, and this is very symbolic because our Ukrainian warriors is the force that is currently fighting for our independence, fighting by paying the price with their health or with their lives, so that the state would do everything possible for Ukrainian veterans, for Ukrainian service personnel, be covered with respect and support, because they are sacrificing so much to rescue our country, and this care has to be proactive. The veteran needs the conditions to be able to integrate into a society and become an active member of the society. It's important for the veterans policy to be clear and understandable, primarily for the veterans, members of their families. I know that the Ministry of Veterans pays a lot of attention to having new approaches to the veterans policy. At the same time, the Armed Forces of Ukraine is also actively working, and we are creating special units that will be supporting the veterans members of their families. At the initiative of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the relevant decisions have already been made. So we'll be taking care of the families of the warriors wounded. We'll be ensuring the coordination with the families of those of POWs and the missing people. Together with the Ministry of Defense, we'll be working on that matter. The respect to veterans and service personnel, members of their families, and those families who continue to sacrifice a lot for the sake of the benefit of Ukraine. It's a respect that they should get and the support as we are fighting for the free and independent Ukraine. The floor is given to the Ambassador of the United Kingdom of Ukraine, Martin Harris.
Шановні ветерани, шановні міністри, шановні
Fellow
гості,
veterans,
шановні пани та
ministers,
панове.
Ladies and
Оскільки
gentlemen,
сьогодні це міжнародна конференція, то я дозвольте
we
собі
do have an
вступити
international
з промовою
conference, so
міжнародною мовою.
I will allow myself to speak an international language, English.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge pleasure and an honor for me to be here this afternoon on the occasion of Ukraine's 7th International Veterans Forum. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Air Marshal Harvey Smith, the Deputy Chief of Defence Staff from the UK. Thank you, Harvey. The UK is proud to be a long-standing partner of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and of Ukraine's armed forces. And together we have achieved much, but there is so much more for us still to do. Ukraine has over a decade's experience in caring for its heroes who have fought against Russian invaders. And I want to pay tribute to them and to their families who have made huge sacrifices for the security of all of Europe. We owe you a huge debt. And we must acknowledge the scale and the significance of the veteran community in Ukraine, now and in the future, and the challenges and the needs that they face. Veterans policy is therefore hugely important. The great majority of Ukrainians now fighting were not professionally trained soldiers before the invasion and would not have expected to be in a position of having to bear arms and fight for their country. These warriors with complex physical, social, and psychological needs will be returning from the front line and need to benefit from a clear approach which seeks to help them return to civilian life and recover from the damaging effects of war. Ukraine's institutions, therefore, need to be ready to provide these brave men and women with the right level of support, one which is both comprehensive and sustainable, and one that successfully reintegrates them into civilian life and settles them back into their communities. Likewise, it's equally important that communities themselves, as well as businesses and employers, are prepared to welcome back to their cities, towns, and villages those who've been affected by the trauma of the war. It's not just that veterans need to adapt to civilian life in their home communities, but those communities need to adapt too to the needs of veterans. Given the complexity of the issues faced by veterans, there will be difficult policy decisions and trade-offs to make. Innovative ways to foster not only an all-of-government approach, but also an all-of-society approach will be essential. And I know that the Ministry of Veterans Affairs is seeking to develop an approach that is both veteran-centric and community-based, and which places the needs of the veteran at the heart of policies and services, and which draws on the experience and expertise of civil society. The UK has a long history of assisting veterans at home. As such, the UK is pleased to be able to support Ukraine in the development of inclusive veterans policies and services, particularly the needs of women veterans, through our Women, Peace and Security Fund. We also plan to use the new 100-year partnership that we are discussing between the UK and Ukraine to share expertise of working with veterans, communities, as well as strengthening relationships between UK and Ukrainian civil society organizations, particularly in the field of veterans sport and sport rehabilitation programs, and capitalizing on the UK's successful bid to host the 2027 Invictus Games. Дозвольте собі трошки українською мовою.
Allow me to speak a couple of words in Ukrainian.
це
A
був
couple of
червні,
weeks ago, I think
я
it was in June,
піднявся на вершину
I
Ховерли
went
з
on
двома
top of the
ветеранами.
Hoverla mountain together with two veterans. And their names were Andrew, one was Volodymyr. One of them had a prosthetics. So during our tour at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, I was learning a lot, and I They told me a lot about the situation with the veterans in Ukraine, but I was very impressed with their decisiveness, courage, and positive mood. I have become confident that there's no objective that they can't reach, and there is no challenge that Ukraine cannot overcome together with our partners.
Thank Minister Porkun and his colleagues for this invitation to speak to you today at this forum, and to take the opportunity to restate that the UK stands with Ukraine in meeting all of the challenges ahead. Slava Ukraini!
До слова запрошується
Allow me to pass the floor to Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, Robert Needham.
Це є. Дякую всім за роботу.
Okay, Acting Minister Porhun, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and veterans, Dobry den. First, I want to express my gratitude and respect to the men and women fighting today to keep Ukraine independent and free. It's an honor and a pleasure to speak with all of you today and to participate in this conference. In May, Ukraine's Register of Veterans contained nearly 1.2 million names, and that's a figure that may double or triple as a result of Russia's ongoing war on Ukraine. After experiencing the harsh realities of war, veterans often struggle with the process of reintegrating into civilian life. They need time to adjust, to reconnect with family and friends, to care for their health, and rediscover their identity as a civilian, as a spouse or parent, as a student or employer or a caregiver. None of that is surprising, and none of that is easy. The challenges Ukrainian veterans and their families face are numerous. Limited access to psychological support, issues with physical health, difficulties with obtaining social benefits, struggles with securing employment, and the insufficient number of inclusive spaces and workplaces that have accessible spaces for people with disabilities. In the United States, we've witnessed several generations of veterans return to civilian life following conflict. Maybe a grandfather fought in the Pacific in the Second World War, or an aunt was a nurse in Vietnam. Maybe a sibling saw combat in Iraq or Afghanistan. We know from experience that welcoming veterans home is both joyful and challenging. Supporting veterans is a task for everyone, for the government, for the private sector, and for civil society. All have a role in the creation and implementation of a national veterans strategy. From employers to veteran advocates to primary healthcare providers and psychotherapists to everyday citizens, we all must do our part. Veterans should be recognized for the sacrifices they made for their country and supported in overcoming the challenges they face after their service. The United States stands ready to support Ukraine and will work side by side with the Ukrainian government, civil society, and the private sector on Ukrainian-led efforts to reintegrate its veterans. Public coordination efforts, such as today's conference, raise the profile of veterans and veteran affairs in Ukraine, and we congratulate the government of Ukraine on its efforts to more systematically improve this space. We're also proud to be a partner in the effort to honor and support those who have served and sacrificed for Ukraine, to be a part of Europe, and on behalf of democratic values. Those who have made the ultimate commitment to safeguard a free, whole, and at peace Ukraine. The U.S. Department of State supports Ukraine's veterans through its Veterans Reintegration Program, which provides extensive employment, legal, psychosocial, and medical assistance to Ukraine's veterans. That project also helps increase the capacity of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and civil society. Our USAID is working to support veterans in the areas of mental health and in prosthetics. Our U.S. Forest Service is funding nature therapy for veterans. The Embassy's cultural section helps the Congressional Office for International Leadership organize exchange programs to help Ukrainian medical professionals learn techniques for prosthetics in the United States. The U.S. Department of Commerce and the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation engage with private sector on veterans issues, and we regularly engage and support Ukraine's civil society right here in Ukraine. There are many challenges facing veterans, but they are not insurmountable. I look forward to learning and working with all of you, not just over the next 2 days, but also in the weeks and the months ahead. Thank you for all your support. Slava Ukraini.
Ну, давайте ще раз оплесками
And let us
подякуємо.
again thank with a round of applause to all of our esteemed speakers. And now I'd like to invite the ones who is not only in words but in deeds acting on the principle nothing for veterans without veterans. Hero of Ukraine, Acting Minister of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, Alexander Forkun, please.
Доброго дня, шановний пане голово Верховної
Good
Ради
day,
України,
Mr.
шановний прем'єр-міністр
Head of the Parliament of Ukraine, Mr. Prime Minister of Ukraine, esteemed ministers, generals, international partners, esteemed veterans, and the family members of the deceased defenders of Ukraine. Today, you know, I was thinking a lot that we can torture you a bit and we'll have a break in half an hour, but still, getting ready to the today's speech, the military, as you know, are very thorough preparing their speeches. And when I began the preparation to TEDx panel, I understood that managing of the military unit is much easier, because here you need to work a lot, there you work a lot as well. But we are military, we are improvising. And you know, when the war is over and you are coming back to your home, to your family, you are getting through rehabilitation way, but you are coming back as a different person, not the one you used to be before the war. The war changes you. So these qualities that the war which you are gaining, the qualities of a leader, the qualities of either you, and if you don't do that, then they will kill you. So we are moving on, and we embed those senses directly into the formation of the new veterans policy. Remembering 2014, I remember that the main task, my main assignment was 3 main points. First, to preserve my staff, the soldiers. Secondly, to preserve our military equipment. And the third, to accomplish successfully my mission. And here I understand that the time has changed. And in front of me, I can see another high assignment, a task, a mission, that is responsibility for 1.3 million of veterans of war. And we understand that these veterans also have their families, the family members of the deceased defenders of Ukraine. And as of today, this number is more than 3.5 million. It's a huge responsibility in front of those people. This is the huge responsibility of the state to shape and the most important thing, to implement the high-quality veterans policy. That is why we understand that this category will be only increasing, expanding, and today we are all here today to discuss this issue, to develop the mechanisms, to confirm, to approve them, and to implement it in life. Because the war is going on, and according to our calculations, the number of veterans and the family members will increase for more than 5 million people. For that, we are here today, to create a reliable mechanism for its implementation. Later, I will show you lots of slides which you maybe even think, oh my God, what is he showing? Some arrows, some tables, some figures. But this is the huge and deep analysis of what the veterans policy should have implemented even yesterday. And we are now facing a huge challenge for the quick and rapid decision-making, for flexible decision-making. And in this sphere, lots of work has been done by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine. Lots of work has been done directly by all of the other ministries which are implementing the veterans policy. Lots of work has been done this year with the local self-governance authorities and also directly with the territorial communities, because you are the first who are meeting the veterans, you are the first who are working with them, and without your experience, without your opinion, we wouldn't be able to move on to shape the efficient policy. The most important conclusion for all of that is that we've had a very detailed analysis. We've created the route along each of the categories. We created a huge analysis work, and we are also coming closer to the formation of the veterans policy, which wouldn't be possible without the creation of the infrastructure for the veterans policy. And today, we are implementing together with the government that in life, even as of today, and together with the local self-governance authorities, as of today, we've opened more than 1,250 one-stop windows in the services of administrative services provision in the centers. And you can see that in the presentation in the hall. So since today, we are directly launching the opening of the veterans spaces. That is the creation of the rehabilitation units. That is the creation, according to the Ministry of Social Policy, network of high-quality prosthetics. We are creating job places, thanks to the Ministry of Economy. So the main task is for the Ministry of Veterans Affairs is to form this policy with a high quality. What's the most important? To become its coordinator. Many points were discussed and mentioned already, that without other central authorities of executive branch, without other local self-governance authorities, without the legislative branch, we wouldn't be able to achieve anything. But only together, in the synergy which we are showing together, it could be possible. So, showing some of the points, we provided the analysis of the legislative framework. You know that the law of Ukraine on veterans policy was adopted in 1993, and according to my opinion, it is just Soviet legacy. We need to provide its decommunization, that is to develop and approve and to adopt the new law of Ukraine, which would specifically form the perspective for the development of the veterans. And it will give the reliable foundation. The veteran shouldn't ask for anything. The veteran is a leader who is coming back after the war, and we need to give him or her not just the fish into the mouth, but the fishing rod, the tool for the development, so that we, the veterans, could develop ourselves. We, on our own, we are independent and we are strong. And what's the most important, we are moving forward. That is why I have signed a common memorandum thanks to the public unions which are working with the veterans policy for the common development of specific decisions during the short terms. So please join. The ministry is open and ready for cooperation. The main spheres for the development of veterans policy is directly rehabilitation, mental, medical, physical training, sports rehabilitation. The next step is requalification, re-education. And in fact, today, Ihor Beskorovaini has told about that. It is working. Please use the opportunities. The money has been allocated. We are ready to develop it from now on. The next step is jobs. Because after the comeback, I myself as a veteran understand when you're at home in the four walls and you are going crazy, this is the wrong way. This is the wrong way nowhere. That is why you need to keep yourself, to go and work, to get money, to earn money, and to move on. The next step is the provision with housing. And also the special conditions for the acquirement of electric cars. And the two next spheres are the throughput, respect and memory, and digitalization. Digitalization. Now, we're all working on that again, because the most important thing is to give the opportunity to quickly use the services which are guaranteed by the state. Not the veteran should be chasing the papers, the certificates, but the papers should chase the veteran. That is why we are simplifying this procedure. And today, the Parliament Speaker has already mentioned there have been adopted several laws of Ukraine which give us the opportunity, the ministry, to do that. And together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we are implementing that into life. We already have the digital app of DIA. We already have the conditions where the veteran, without any extra papers or documents, can submit the application for the status of the combatant and different administrative services which are guaranteed by the state. And the next step will be the development of the mobile app, where in the e-cabinet of the veteran, you could find all the opportunities which are guaranteed by the state. And also, we have launched this year, together with our partners, the Red Cross, the ICRC of Ukraine, the hotline for the veterans, which is working since March. But we understand that the number of the phone operators who are working there is just 9. They cannot cope with the volume of number of calls. During half of the year, they had more than 126,000 of calls, but we could only process 13,000. So that is why the ministry is working on the increase of the number of phone operators. And what's the most important, we can see that the phone operators should be the veterans or the family members of the deceased defenders of Ukraine, for, first of all, giving them jobs, and secondly, to provide consultations by the principal peer-to-peer. The next step, which has been mentioned today already, is the creation of the Veterans Hubs. This is the one-stop window, the entry point, where in the communities, in the districts, in the cities, the veterans and the family members of the deceased defenders could get all the services which are guaranteed by the state. And what's the most important, you asked about that, and we are now doing that, because looking at our own example, when you feel bad, you are going to the place where you can find friends, your brothers and sisters in arms, where you find the common language, and this is what is helping you. It gives you the opportunity to move on. And also, directly today, the long-expected helper, and as of now, the expert on the for the support of demobilized persons. Today, at the Ministry of Veterans Affairs website, you will see the button for the submission of the application for the future profession, the helper, the assistant for the demobilized persons and veterans of war. In 2 weeks, we will select several applications, and after that, we'll have the training at the centers of veterans development, which are closed in the higher educational institutions all over the country, where the experts will conduct the training. And already, as of the middle of September, they will move to their communities and they will meet the military, who will come back to their own communities. They will help the family members of the deceased defenders of Ukraine by the principle peer-to-peer. And this should be the person who the veterans can come to with any issues. So we consider that it will give a huge outcome. Today, the Prime Minister of Ukraine already emphasized that the money is allocated in the budget, so we are ready to organize more than 3,000 of experts till the end of the year. You know, let me conclude, as the military say, to accomplish the mission, the army has the command. And today the President signed the decree and provided the high-quality start for the confirmation and approval of the new veterans policy to implement it in life. I'd like to emphasize that it should be flexible, efficient, and effective for the veterans, for the families of the deceased defenders of Ukraine. And what's the most important, the veterans shouldn't be the ones who are integrating into the society, but the society should be adapted to the veterans. You deserve for that. The victory is within each of us. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Hello, Dad. Everything is okay at school? I know how to write already. Soon maybe I will write a letter to you. Look what I've got, how beautiful it is. But we are so missing you so much. We really feel this absence. My son, the sadness, shame and pain, these words are short as a heartbeat. The memory is much longer. The ones who used to be example during their life will stay as an example. The ones who have protected, who saved and preserved us. They are defenders and the talismans. The place of sadness and pain will be transformed into the place of memory, will become the place of the memory for the nation, the personal and special meeting place. The memory about the deceased warriors will make them alive for those whose lives were protected by them. Hello, son.
Дякуємо, пане міністр.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to express the gratitude to all of the participants of our first panel, and I'd like to invite you all to the coffee break, but especially I'd like to mention the work of our Prime Minister and the head of our Parliament. We thank you so much, and I'm waiting for you here after the coffee break. Now you can enjoy not only coffee, but in fact all the exhibition of our today's forum. Thank you.
Вже півроку тут, у тилу.
For half a year here in the rear. We went through so much, and we are going to go through a lot as veterans, and we can't do without one another. Somebody's saying we are brothers, and we really feel good together. And as they say, we can be sitting silently. Yaroslav is smiling already, and that's cool. And that very shrapnel piece, which was taken out of his body, is still in his pocket. And I'm telling him to throw it away, but he won't. And this one loves to boast. He says, I opened up my meat restaurant. Where? Well, right here. And then I look at him, and there's advertisement all over the city. He's inviting me to visit him. Maybe I'll go. But I'm busy. I'm really busy. I have to entertain my guys a little bit. I'm a psychologist and I'm a social worker. I'm everything in one. Sometimes my hands are shaking, and sometimes I'm bringing humanitarian assistance to the front line. It's so difficult to leave without those of your kind. And I'm always telling the guys, come back, kill all those bastards and come back. and we will live a bit differently, and I live a bit differently, but you know, they are really looking forward for us to come back here. Greetings, France. We are going to continue, and the next presentation is about a strong story, a very strong one. That's the veteran who, regardless of the fact of severe wounds in the front line, really found the forces and created his own coffee company. Ambassador of the brand created by veterans, Artur Wojciuk. Please greet the guy. I wish you health, dear defenders, dear veterans, members of the families of those who have fallen, those who gathered together this very event. This is the greatest honor to be here in front of you, and that's an achievement all right for myself. I'm really proud. I'm really proud of the path I'm walking, and you are walking hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with me. It's very important, and it's difficult. I'm standing here in front of you, not just as a person, as a Ukrainian, but as a person, as the veteran who their whole conscious life served in the armed forces of Ukraine. 13 plus years. And after that, I'm standing here, and you know, I understand as no one else that that's so difficult to find your place under the sun in civilian life, to actually keep on living, enjoy your life, and find your spot under the sun. So this is the greatest pleasure to be presenting here today and to charge you with the energy, because I know that it all depends on us. And my story started long ago. And after certain events, after all these difficulties and lengthy rehabilitation, I, for the first time in 2015, was in the east of Ukraine. I was just 20 back then. I was a young lieutenant, head of the unit. And back then I understood the value of human life. I understood that that's so important to really perform all your combat tasks. And all my life I spent in the armed forces of Ukraine. And when back then I found myself retired from the army, I was so surprised. I was surprised because all my skills and everything I knew was left behind. But what was in the future? Civilian life. But I didn't know what it meant to be a civilian, how to plan a day on your own. And that was really difficult for me. And you know what? I was in despair. But thanks to my dear friends, close friends, thanks to my family who supported me, I found my goal. I found my aim in life, and it took me a while. My brothers in arms keep on rolling in the army, but I understood I had to prepare some foundation, to lay some foundation for others, for them not to be wandering around as I did, and for them to know that there is a person who walked this walk, and together with my brothers in arms, we created this coffee company. So the key goal of this company would not be to increase revenue, to become rich. No, the key goal would be to create jobs for our veterans. And in compliance with this, we started working a lot. We started conducting trainings. We learned how to do all the accounting things, a lot of stuff I never was dealing with before. But when a person has a goal, when they've got an aim in mind, here at Coffee Company, the key goal was, to create a community of people, of brothers and sisters in arms, of people who think alike. When they find job and find themselves among people who think like them, that's very important. I'm very grateful to you, to veterans, to defenders, of my country. You've invested a great share of your life. You've invested your soul in protecting our country, the sovereignty of our state, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. You actually sacrificed a lot, but you have a right to live for yourself. You have a right to live for your families, and in these very difficult times for our country, you are entitled to really enjoy your life regardless of all the difficulties. It's worth going forward, and it's worth giving an answer. What can I do? In what way can I improve my life and life of veterans? Because all of you, everybody who served, everybody who wore uniform, who used arms, everybody who was out there, you are much better than others because you have all the skills and the knowledge other people don't have, and this is the added value of yours. You're so valuable for our country, our economy, for us, for our family. So I urge you and I beg you, if you have such an opportunity, find 1 minute of your spare time and ask yourself, what can I do? You did a lot, for sure, but life is great and it's all in our heads. Just deal with it, and I'm sure you will succeed. You will succeed because you want to, and because you have great friends, brothers-in-law, and your family. You will succeed because we are components of something bigger. We were always together at the front line, and we have to be together in civilian life. And I can tell you that I sincerely want to say from the bottom of my heart that there's life after the military service, because there are so many of you and you've got a lot in yourself, so it's all in your hands. If you have this thought, I will fail. No, just get rid of this. You have to be thinking, yes, it's possible. It's going to be difficult, but it's still possible. I can't promise that it will be easy, but that's why life is so interesting. We were given a chance, and we have to keep on rolling. We have to be developing ourselves and others. We have to be supportive of others, and that's great news, because whatever it takes, each and every one of you, as you were joining the army, you were thinking, what can I do? What can I do the best? I'm making this step and I'm protecting my country.
Don't make a step back. Go step by step. As they say, the road of million steps starts with the first one. To start it today, just this very moment, since this speech. Because as you know, you are not alone. There are people who came here, and there is a huge number of opportunities in front of you. The society, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and other ministries which are helping you in that. They are directing you. Because we, the military, used to have tunnel vision. We only saw something and nothing else, not to the right, neither to the left. But we didn't have time for that. But when a person just sees a huge number of opportunities in the civilian life, please use them, because life has not stopped. It is going on, and it will go on. And thanks to each of you, I know that it will become even better and better. My huge gratitude and respect to you, your families, and the families of our defenders. Respect to our deceased. I would really like to say and express the maximum number of words of support, because as you know, if you're in doubts in yourselves, believe me and ask me. I will happily help you. Not me alone, but there are hundreds of people who can help you in that. So you need to know that everything is in your hands. Ask yourself what I can do, and you'll definitely cope with that. Only in this way, only step by step. However it could be complicated, don't give up. Go to the end, because only then you will be able to feel that. When you look back after half of the year, the young company which was founded in the beginning of this year, I look back and half a year ago how it was working. And you know, it's very pleasant, because it was hard sometimes. But people are always saying, it is cool, go on, and everything will work. So I'd like to tell you the same, sincerely and wholeheartedly, that it will be working. Believe in yourself, because you are our foundation, you are our protection. nation. You are the future of our country. So I'm wishing you all the best, and I thank you so much for the huge attention from you, for this speech, for this opportunity. I bow in front of you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you, Artur, for your inspiring speech. We all definitely have more strength after that. So, friends, we are waiting for an incredibly important topic, the discussion on how communities can support the veterans of war, here and now. But first, let's look at the screen. Thank you. What is memory? This is when the people are walking along the park, but they are remembering the huge actions of the heroes. What is respect? When you acknowledge that your friend, your colleague, your neighbor, your classmate gave his or her life for you to live. What is respect? Is when a child is asking to tell a story of the people who are at the cemetery, because it is not scary to go here. It is weird when somebody is quarrels or in doubts whether my brothers in arms and sisters in arms should get a land plot to commemorate them. My brothers in arms are not in doubts to give their life for each of us and our land. The trees will grow back again. The nature will heal itself after the war. The cities will be reconstructed, but the memory about the defenders will be living as long as we remember about them. The heroes are living until they are remembered. So we need to create the places where we can remember about them and commemorate them. So, friends, our forum continues. I'm alive, I live, and now I definitely know that everything is possible. I'm dreaming. I have a dream, a joy. I'm moving. I'm reading. I'm expecting for the memory and victory and comeback of each of us. The war has changed the lives. My life, your life, the whole country's life. We are different. You and me, but I'm also a human being. I just have a different experience, maybe a bit of a different appearance, and my comeback way is going on. We need to get through it together, you, me, the whole country. We will go along this way together. When it is needed, we are close. Dear passengers, the express train will come to the first row. Coming back to the peaceful civilian life, the veterans are facing the new complications. Some of them have to be overcome without support. The hotline for the veterans, yes, we can help. The Veterans Hotline will help you find answers for the most widespread questions of our defenders. Please call 0800 505 217. Friends, we are beginning and going on with our panel discussion, which has the name Communities for War Veterans, and I'm happy to introduce you the moderator of this conversation, the head of the board of the NGO Space of Opportunities, coordinator of the Coalition of Veteran Spaces, ex-servicewoman Oksana Kolyada. Oksana, the stage is yours. Happy to get acquainted with you. Same to you. Friends, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. So before the communities help our veterans, they also need help. And today, during our panel discussions, Communities for War Veterans will be speaking about that. what, as the national framework of policies, tools, opportunities, the programs can be done by the national authorities and will be provided for the communities so that they could support our war veterans, their families, the families which are expecting for them, the families who lost their closed ones. So I am inviting the speakers of our today's panel, and I promise that it will be interesting, it will be applied and useful. You will get lots of information, important one, which you will bring back home. So, the veteran, Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, Maxim Kushnir. Ms. Tatiana Lomakina, Advisor, Presidential Commissioner for Accessibility. Serhiy Dubrov, First Deputy Minister of Health of Ukraine. Head of Kherson Regional Military District Administration, Alexander Prokudin. The veteran, Acting Mayor of Poltava, Katerina Yamshikova. And the veteran, Ivan Slobodyanik, Executive Director of the All Ukrainian Association of Communities. So first, the question to the veterans, and I sincerely thank you for your service. Let's thank them. I'm sure that all of our events should be starting with the gratitude to the people who are giving their lives and health for our fight. Friends, I welcome you here. We've got lots of fateful statements today, in particular signing of the decree by the president. I googled it, I found it. It has been published already. We have even its number.
Номер 512 від 24-го року. Ну і власне цей указ дає завдання
this decree gives the task to the government to develop and approve the national veteran strategy together with all of the ministries, not only ministries of veterans affairs, the whole plan. And I think that the plan for this strategy will be much more complicated as a process than writing the strategy itself. We got the veteran space as the tool to implement veterans policies. It is so important that we have the task there to develop the legislative framework and to provide the functioning of the veteran spaces, taking into account the work of the existing veteran spaces, and since 2014 they are rather numerous. So I sincerely thank you that every day you are providing services and support for the veterans at the places. One more important task, maybe, which we all face, is the implementation of the Institute of the Helper of the Veterans. I, as a veteran, don't like the word helper. We are not helpless. It should be the expert who is in our communities. It's about professional support. So all of you, please come back to the new profession. Let's change the name and let us speak about the assistant of the veterans. Mr. Minister has mentioned the beginning of the submission process. So working with the communities, I know that lots of the communities are expecting for that. There are lots of people who would like to work with the professionals. They pushed this button already on the website and submitted their applications. But I understand after this inspiration from the previous speeches, the implementation of the institution of the assistant is about 1 million steps. And this button, which can be pushed today, is the first step. So to accomplish several regulations which have been already adopted by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, we should develop dozens of documents which will regulate the selection, the work of the commission, the obligations and the functions of the expert, the training programs, not only of them, but of the trainers. So, Maxim, the first question goes to you as the veteran and deputy minister who is responsible for the regional and local policy. What has taken place since the moment when the main regulations have been adopted, since the 2nd of August till today? A very applied way and very specifically for the representatives of communities and veterans, just to understand how quickly we are moving on till the day when this expert is going to the office and goes to the e-cabinet and starts communication with our veterans. Thank you for the question. First of all, it's obvious that the most important thing that we had a decree today. And believe me, We've done a lot so that we could have this decree which gave the opportunity to implement fully this project. What's the most important thing? When we started the work, what we embedded into that, we first of all considered the priority, how to create the situation when the communities and the cities could take part in the process, not just looking at that, but to participate in the way when the veterans, they are coming back, so that they could get all the necessary services. And for us it is so important these services should be provided in the communities. From our behalf, we need to understand that the state and the central executive authority needs to provide the standards, according to which further on we'll implement all of that. For us, we've defined 3 steps, the main ones. Obviously, the legislative ones, and here we can say that now we already have the decree, and the government has adopted that thanks to the development of the decrees and regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers. There are 8 of the regulations, which in fact give us the opportunity to implement this project. I understand that there are lots of questions which are still not solved, and there are lots of issues which need discussions, maybe even need to be complemented by other things. But the most important thing, what we now adopted with our team, we are moving on. We're doing everything possible so that it could take place. Obviously, there is certain criticism, and obviously this criticism should be there, because if we don't have it, there won't be any outcome. The next step for us is so important, that is digitalization, because we understand that to implement this project, it would be necessary to provide the e-application, and we created, today the minister announced it in fact. By the way, I know that almost 6 experts per hour have already registered. I don't know how it took place. It's a very important sphere, the e-service. So the experts should have all the necessary materials, all the necessary access to all the processes which are regulating the issue on veterans policy. Obviously, those are the tools, the toolkit, which we've developed. And by the way, we are developing it together with the wider community. I think Oksana can confirm that we've got lots of common developments. We are also involving the regions in this process. What has been done? Obviously, that the questions about the training exist. We've developed the curriculum which has been approved by the decree of the minister. Maxim, can we see this decree today? Yes, it exists. It's already at the website. Yes, it is there. Well, maybe it's not at the website, but still let me say that yesterday, late yesterday, it was already getting ready. Okay, we take a promise from you that in the end of the forum, this decree on the approval of the curriculum will be published. Okay, perfect. Then, the issue, how we can create the situation to select the proper experts. We've approved the decree, and we got the tests, which give the opportunity for the person who would like to become the expert to pass these tests. And obviously, in the future, we'll see what the person is and whether this person is really compliant with the necessary functions or not. And we've developed the procedures about the selection, the interviews. We created the compulsory involvement, we provided the compulsory involvement of the society during the interviews. We also think that there should be a psychologist who would be able to assess the state of the candidate, because we understand that we need the people with resources who can come and help the veterans. Because if the person, what's important, is coming back but has scarce resources, it's a huge issue. which, as far as I know, has been raised for multiple times before. As for the issue of the spaces, we have the decree which gives the opportunity, in fact, to register the veteran spaces. Can I clarify, before moving to the spaces issue, I would like to clarify the regulation of the documents on the experts. As of today, we have some of the toolkit, which looks like separate documents which have been approved by the decree of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, which the veterans can see at the official website of the ministry and work with that. This is the methodology of the selection, testing and curricula, according to which the experts will be studying. But could you please list all the documents which are needed to finalize the selection? Yes, those are the guidelines and the procedure of reporting, which should be from the military state and military administrations. Anything about the spaces? We've developed the regulations which solves the issue of the creation of veteran spaces. It is going through the internal approval, and I hope it will be there soon. We were waiting for the decree, and obviously we started the work before. As for the toolkit, it's obvious that we've meant lots of technical requirements to the e-cabinet of the expert so that it could work. It needs to be anywhere in all of the spheres. As we understand, it will be a very hard piece of work. Thank you. Then let me clarify one more thing. Today the minister has mentioned the start of the work on standardization of veteran spaces. But you already have the decree about a certain standard. Do I understand correctly that this standard will be at a level of the regulations of the government, where we'll have the typical provisions and certain rules of the cooperation with the existing spaces? Yes, we have the methodological recommendations approved by the decree, but we understand that we need to increase, to raise its level, because it has to be widespread all over Ukraine. And of course, we need to involve all the authorities in that, both regional ones and the communities. So thus we've developed the regulation which gives us the standards how we can open the space, what the requirements for the space are, which the square meters should be there, what policies these spaces will deal with, and it would be understandable how we can integrate the existing spaces already.
That's clear and great. So summarizing, the communities as of today have got from the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. News number one, signing of the presidential decree, which entrusts the development of the strategy, plan of implementation of the strategy, and actually highlights the veteran space as the great opportunity to implement veteran policy, then the system of professional development of experts, and planning a little bit ahead. So the ministry has got certain documents which have been approved, and also there was a promise that tomorrow you can have a look at the reports at the website, and three more things to crown it all, because we've got few minutes to finalize the panel. The financing tools. 1338 resolution finances the services of psychologists of level 2, right, at the communities. Do you plan to reconsider this very regulation in terms of increasing the level of financing? Because 248 hryvnias per session of a psychologist, that's not enough. And I see the psychologists are smiling at me now from the hall. Yes, yes, right you are. That's clear that the figure you've mentioned is really ridiculous, and I would like to mention where we can actually expect the state to be involved into financing and funding. Well, in the first place, the issue of the salary of an expert. The average salary is 17,800 hryvnias. It all depends on the fact in what way the manager assesses the work of this very special list. And, well, for sure, the stigma is out there, and we are not sitting on our hands either. So this is the issue of Ministry of Veteran Affairs to be involved actively, but also Ministry of Health or MOH and others who have to influence this process. Thirdly, Ukrainian veterans funds that actually get grant support, and they are also enabling this support to civil society organizations and civil society associations if they deal with veterans policies, and issues of the professional adaptation, that's education, retraining, requalification. Let me even mention more. We would like to do everything possible for the state to also participate actively in the issues of providing furniture. By the way, equipment. We want this to happen because we understand what inclusion means, and that's of paramount importance, because the standards, the requirements to veteran spaces shall be met. And we are all considering this issue. We have this preliminary agreement with the line executive authorities of Ukraine, and I strongly support they will support us in this regard. In general, that's clear that there are still a lot of challenges we are facing, and using this opportunity, I would like to ask the communities to be more proactive in participating in all these processes, because we understand that, namely in the communities, we see the future of our country. Thank you so much. Thank you for being transformed as an institution on this long past 1 million steps. Thank you for that. Next question goes to Mr. Serhiy. You know, any reintegration, social, economic reintegration, is not possible without psychological rehabilitation and health restoration. When working with communities, we urge them to actually perform the primary screening in order to understand where is this need of restoring health. Because, that's the primary thing which must be done. So health is the primary value. What tools are there in the hands of MOH, or Ministry of Health? What are the existing services, which are new medical services? What are your plans? I believe you're analyzing the issues out there. Do you talk actively to the communities? And let me ask you at once, speaking about rehabilitation map of the country, because, sometimes communities are eager to launch rehabilitation center in each community, and sometimes they are confused what rehabilitation means, what restoring health means, all of this question. Well, such a comprehensive question. Thank you, Oksana. Right you are. We understand that in times of war, the country faced new challenges pertaining to healthcare, among other challenges. So, mental health, right you are. The capacity of the institutions is not sufficient, and it was not sufficient before 2014, before 2022. But thanks to the initiative of the First Lady, mental health program, and thanks to our international partners, the Image Gap program, which is being implemented together with WHO, we've got some primary screening at the primary healthcare level, meaning we are assessing the need in any interventions in mental health. Majority of the doctors of the primary healthcare level are providing this service. There are online and offline trainings for healthcare providers, and almost 230,000 doctors graduated from this MedGap program. And speaking about psychological assistance, we are trying to develop this system as well. The previous week, we got the lists from the healthcare departments of each oblast region of Ukraine on providing mobile care, mobile mental health care. We are actively working in this regard. If to speak about physical rehabilitation, again, that's a challenge to the healthcare system. We were based on the Israeli model, which demonstrates that Ukraine needs 7,800 rehabilitation beds, in the words of the hospitals. Within 2 years, we achieved a lot. 5-7 years ago, there was no adequate rehabilitation in the country at all, but now, according to the strategy of the Ministry of Health, we are about to create rehabilitation units in every hub institution, cluster institution. If to speak number-wise, that's 220 healthcare institutions which would have these rehabilitation units. They were actually given the task to create this, and unfortunately so far not each and every institution complied with this requirement. And we are speaking not just about hospital beds, but we speak about creation of the network of high-quality evidence-based rehabilitation, which shall be launched from the first days of treatment, which shall be started at intensive care unit. Only then we can have a proper treatment result and rehabilitation of a patient who is being treated. As of today, I can mention that we've launched these rehabilitation units, and they can ensure up to 9,000 rehabilitation cycles a day, which is great, but we require human resources and training in order to train experts from all over the country. The training takes place quite speedily, and they don't last for an extensive period of time. And also we've created excellence centers. 7 of those are there all over Ukraine, and they are conducting not just treatment of those injured, wounded, but they are also responsible for training of rehabilitologists, of trauma specialists from all over the country. So they are both treatment and educational centers. If to speak about the third component of your question, services for veterans, well, it's quite difficult to single out certain services for certain category of people, because we speak about universal coverage and we speak about versatile medical assistance provided on equal terms to each and everyone. Everybody is entitled to high-quality care, but cooperating with the Ministry of Veterans, with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, we clearly understand the needs of the military, of the veterans, and MOH is paying a lot of attention to, namely, this component. Speaking about new packages, based on what you've asked, that's really a breakthrough for our country. That's important in our country to implement or pilot the experimental project on installing the dentistry implants, and we are offering the services to veterans, 6 teeth per patient. And starting from July, well, on the 13th of June, this resolution was signed, and the new package was launched in July together with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. We are grateful to the ministry. They have provided part of the money to the budget of the Ministry of Health for us to implement this dental implants program, because a lot of military require not always dental implants, but just treatment. And actually 25,000 hryvnias can be spent per person. And we just started this experimental program. 100 healthcare institutions, both private and state-run, are involved. So other institutions can also join. We have the packages and then we are contracting them. So this contracting lasts for the whole year, and what's really popular would be this dental implants and teeth care. 750 million are stipulated for this. Are you going to assess the need for the next year? Yeah, we are working on this issue right now, working together with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. We plan to allocate 1 million hryvnias for that. Well, for sure, we would like the commanders of the military units to be more active in sending their requests. So the network is quite well developed and capacity is out there to provide this assistance to all the patients who require it. Then, if to speak about something, a new package of the National Healthcare Service any citizen of Ukraine can use, this would be the package on the reproductive technologies, which cover the cost of diagnostics as well as preparatory stage and the in vitro fertilization. 65,000 hryvnias per family, and that's the package which is quite popular according to the surveys of the military. And if to go back to the previous issue, dental implants and teeth care, 49% of the surveyed military said that they really require this dental care. What are other requests apart from what was already mentioned? Okay, together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Veterans, we plan to expand the accessible medicine program. I believe every Ukrainian knows about this program. 750 medicinal products are subject to reimbursement as of today. Sometimes you have to pay some share of the price out of the pocket, but it depends on the manufacturer. So you can get this medicine for free, either to pay a little bit out of your pocket. Well, this service is very popular. Also, mobile pharmacies is a very popular project in Kherson Oblast, by the way. We've got one which covers 52 settlements. This would be the territories close to the front line, and we are also delivering medicines there through Ukrainian Postal Office, Ukrposhta. So we plan to cover the whole Ukraine using postal company Ukrposhta. Speaking about other requests, this would be to expand the excessive medicine program, so to treat behavioral problems and provide mental health care. So we plan to add to the medicines list certain medicines, and actually the Ministry of Veteran Affairs are asking us to add a few medicines which are well needed. At least 10 additional medicines will be included to this reimbursement list. And to crown it all, I have a clarification question about the rehabilitation map. So it's obvious that we've got the network of national significance, I mean specialized centers. We know about this crazy request to be treated in Tsebli, in Lisova Polyana. What are your plans to actually expand this capacity? If we speak about physical rehabilitation, I didn't finish my answer right to this question. Well, let's not confuse this evidence-based rehabilitation with some spa and sanatoriums. Well, for sure, MOH cannot claim that it's a bad idea to go to some sanatorium. We're working on that as well, and not just us. But if we speak about physical rehabilitation, about mental health care, well, in the first place, the physical rehabilitation, then the institutions are using evidence-based approaches, and here we speak about multi-profile clinics and healthcare institutions. Our position is clear-cut. I pointed out this would be cluster healthcare institutions from 30 to 60 beds. If to speak about Lisova Polyana Resort, that's a and hospital. That's a hospital which specializes on mental health problems related to war. That's kind of a flagman institution, and for sure we need to scale up this best practice of the services they are providing there. And we are also conducting training in this Lisova Polyana hospital pertaining to behavioral problems, head trauma, and there's a separate area, separate direction that would be support and treatment of patients who were prisoners of war, who were held in captivity and were released. So here we speak about 60 experts who were trained several months ago, and now we are expanding this very program to 20 more healthcare institutions who are ready to welcome those who were released from captivity, and we strongly hope that there will be exchange of prisoners very soon, all for all. And now we are preparing more healthcare institutions to be dealing with such patients. Actually, healthcare providers need to know how to provide the mental health support, and we also expect Lisova Polyana Hospital to be active in this regard. If to speak about Kleven and Tsiblin, well, in this very situation, we have challenges and we have problems we need to solve. For example, lengthy treatment of those with severe spinal trauma, head trauma, and for sure, as the continuation of my answer to the previous question, we understand that for these very patients, there should be the medical warranties packages would cover not just 180 days if we speak about palliative care patients, but actually it shall be 180 days plus. It can be months and years. We are working on that. There is certain progress in this regard with Yulia Tsukovska and with my dear colleagues. We are trying to actually develop a draft resolution and introduce certain amendments to the regulation. Spinal trauma in Kleven is being cured. 120 beds are there in this healthcare institution, and also severe head trauma, spinal trauma patients are going to be welcomed in Tsibli. We're involving international partners like HEAL to help us developing this very comfortable stay experience, including in Tsibli. Thank you so much, Mr. Serhiy. And summarizing, we've heard about the services which are already out there. We've heard about new programs of 2024, reimbursement of medicines plans, which are being worked on right now as we speak. And you plan the next fiscal year, and you voice out your vision of development of rehabilitation capacity of the country, in particular the plans as regards lengthy rehabilitation and treatment of spinal and head trauma, about scaling up of the Lisova Polyana Hospital. I know a lot of oblasts and regions were presenting the typical, the model program, and are ready to launch centers like this. And the only thing which is really expected from you would be mental health package and some solutions there. Because if we speak just about specialized mental health hospitals, they have to be there in the community. community. I've heard you're working on it.
We are working on that, and coming back to the previous issue, so far we do not have such a capacity to provide all of the needs and to satisfy, because we've organized the so-called rooms for heroes for the long-term stay. This is 1 or 2 beds for the long-term treatment of the patients in the big healthcare institutions. It has already been implemented. Thank you, Serhiy. I understand and I'm already told, please go on, because we have more topics, and we finally found you here. That is why we are posing so many questions to you. We thank you so much for that. Those are really the issues which worry us. Tatiana, we are not reconstructing the country, we are building the new one. We are not awaiting for the victory, we are building it now. And barrierlessness inclusion is not just about the infrastructure. Could you please tell about the strategy? How do you move step by step into the communities? How you work with them? What's their request? And maybe something is under-regulated, or you can see any of the problematics which should have been mentioned and worked upon. Hello everyone, I'm happy to have the opportunity to communicate with you and maybe to have a piece of advice with so important people with us today. When we are speaking about barrierlessness, it's not that obvious that it's not only about physical barriers. When we have presented our approaches for the Council of Europe, they said, look, those Ukrainians want freedom even from barriers. That is why they're so free as a nation. Really, everything started in 2020 with the first big conversation about barrierlessness, and it was started by the First Lady Olena Zelenska. We were all locked down because of COVID pandemic in 2021, and then we started to speak about having the conditions today under which the people cannot leave the houses even without pandemic. The people who are enclosed in their apartments because the barriers really interfere into their life. And comparing the experience of Ukraine and other countries, we can see that the work on barrierlessness, for instance in Canada, started after World War I, when they wanted to give the opportunity to their veterans to be, well, self-realized, to implement something in their life. So today, for about 2 or 3 years, we have the ergotherapist, and Canada has already 100 of years of such experience. This is about our speed, how quickly we have to provide this huge leap to catch up whatever we have skipped and missed. Really, rehabilitation is one of the important issues, and we have started to rethink it from the philosophy. If our Ukrainian rehabilitation, as it was mentioned by Serhiy 3 years ago, looked like you were injured, then you need to relax. You need to lie down or to swim in the bath. You need to lie in the swimming pool. You already worked enough. Now you need to relax till the end of your life, where you will be separate from the society, you will stay in the sanatorium, after that you'll live at home, we'll give you a TV set, we'll give you some products and take care of you. This is how rehabilitation looked like before. What has changed? First of all, again, it was the initiative of the First Lady to implement a different approach in Ukraine. This is the International Classification of Functioning of Activity, when we decided to look at the person from a different perspective. Not that the person cannot, but what capacities he or she has, what we can develop and what we can add, how the person has changed after the injury and how we can compensate that. Maybe this should be the highly functional prosthetics, maybe this should be a convenient wheelchair, and then the person needs to get to the space. So we need to rebuild the spaces themselves. And this is where we have to consider that every single person is living in the community. He or she has to have the opportunity to get out of the house and to get somewhere. One more important point, which was founded and now it is in each rehabilitation team, which is working with our defenders and our people who are injured, is the objective. The person is asked, why do you need that? and every single person can have his or her own motivation. Someone says, after prosthetics, I'd like to bring my child to the kindergarten, then it will be your motivation. This is what will be inspiring you, and we will all help you. Or it could be a different objective. I'd like to get back to my job, or I'd like a new job, or I'd like to make a startup. We heard such speeches from our defenders today. So it is about that everything is starting with us stopping separating the people. From a different perspective, we'd like a person to be among us so that the person could be active and achieve his or her goal. And we need to create spaces, services, information in the way when the person can reach it, when he or she doesn't feel these limits and barriers, so he or she can implement his or her freedom. So what you asked me about now, we have a strategy, so this is a kind of a document on the future till 2030. This strategy will, every 2 years, implement the plan of actions. We've changed the legislative framework. We cannot create something new with the barriers. But when we are speaking about something old, it's a huge number of objects which are already being constructed with the barriers. So again, the responsibility is now on the community, because the people are living in the community, they are getting services in the community, and we need to think how we can cope with those issues. And we have the standards how it should be. Secondly, the barriers in our information. Today, the Cabinet of Ministers has approved the methodological recommendations, how the subjects with authorities can communicate in simpler words in the format of easy reading. This is about the simpler words, retelling whatever we are reading in the complicated state documents. And this is one more revolution, because we need to retrain people and explain our actions. We need to show how it is working, and we should stop speaking to the people with some formal words. We need to be more humane in the understandable language. And if we say barriers in the space, in the information, one more is services. What is that? Whether the working hours are convenient, whether the location is convenient, can I get there? Do I have the barrier-less route to get to the service, either on the wheelchair, or with the child, or with the huge bag after the journey? So this is how we get to the transport, how we can move along the city, which stops there will be on the way. So this is about the route to the service, and what's important, how we get it, whether we understand what we are told about. If we are hearing impaired, thanks to the Ministry of Healthcare, we have now the prosthetics program since this year, one more development. So now we have the opportunity to begin hearing better, and on the other hand, if the person needs the gesture language, we can provide the certain interpretation. If the person does not hear, we can provide certain options, but if the person cannot see, we can add the audio description. For instance, the person cannot read the document, so we need to mention that in words. So every out loud. So every ministry is analyzing its services and rewrites its services. What does the community have to do with that? All of that is in the legislative framework. Now we need a huge work at the level of each of the communities, so that we could read, understand, acknowledge, retrain, and begin implement that at the level of the communities. We already are communicating with the communities, have achieved 25% of communities adopting their small but first plans of actions on barrierlessness. This is really the first step, but they already started the planning process. 75% will catch up with that. But the first strong communities already exist, and I'm happy that we are joined by them. Yes, we will ask Katerina about that. That's why we need to speed up. Thank you, Tatiana. Tatiana, as for the communities, I'd like to say that we got a certain document with methodological recommendations. We'll use our partnership of the All Ukrainian Association of Communities and disseminate these recommendations. But summing up what we understand, barrierlessness shouldn't be only about the space or infrastructure or access to information and services provision. It will foresee the change of the formats, the training in the approaches and the work with the whole community, in particular the veterans and the people with injuries. Yes, we shouldn't be waiting. We should begin the changes in ourselves. Yes, the veterans are coming back. And we already said that the ones who have injuries and severe traumas are coming back. They need certain support. Thank you, Tatiana. Let me give all the methodological recommendations to the communities so that they could study that. As we mentioned, Katya, first of all, I congratulate you with the first anniversary since the adoption of such a decision. I think it was very hard to adopt it, so you needed to come back to the activity from the troops at such a difficult position. So, as for barrierlessness, from the information to the services, what is happening in Poltava? But please come back to the timing, because I already am being squirreled. Okay, thank you for mentioning that my way at this position is really close to the first anniversary. So I am thanking my brothers in arms and sisters in arms, our defenders, who gave me the opportunity to work here and now in my city where I was born and live, and where I plan to meet our victory. So, definitely, if we speak about the topic of barrierlessness, I thank Tatiana to you for the opportunity that after a dozen of years of stagnation at our city, we went along this way of barrierlessness. We are taking part in the pilot project under the patronage of Tatiana. We thank the First Lady that she made this topic must-have. She made it fashionable and understandable. It was not only about architectural accessibility, and the focus groups on barrierlessness were done in the Veterans Center. So in accessibility, there should be every single program. It's not only about accessibility, it should be integrated in every existing program. And accessibility is going along the veterans policy. It cannot be just separate, because whatever is about inclusion helps integrate and reintegrate for the veterans. So thanks to such approaches, we've already opened the Veterans Center, and I'm proud that this is the first Veterans Center in the region. We've had the Department on Veterans Affairs, but as for the topic accessibility and barrierlessness, the department which we created there would be more comprehensible for the military and the veterans, like the work on the special work to integrate fully the system and with the patronage systems. I thank for the consultations the 93rd Brigade and Azov, who helped us understand what should be done by this department. And also memorialization and topic. I think this topic will be raised separately, and if I can speak about that, I would thank you for that, because it's a separate topic. So as for barrierlessness, I thank you that you paid attention to the topic of healthcare, because when we say that for the first time in 9 of the 10 starostas we have access to medicines, we are in the category of inclusion and barrierlessness for veterans, because it's about access to services. So of course we have lots of challenges: architectural, transport, pastime, information, even the centers of administrative services provision. The initiatives where we had to move to the new DIA Center, which was planned in the state not to have some separate components of DIA Business and DIA CASP. They are working in the same building, and I thank you for helping in this process. This was the dialogue with the military administration, with the local level. So we had 300 services, now we have 600 services, and we have a separate window for veterans where we have more than 15 services of social and other services. So the veterans policy is not just about the social help. It is valuable that we have the opportunity, thanks to the team which is working in Poltava by peer-to-peer principle in the Veterans Center, to create our own unique one, which would be in your own place. The veterans policy cannot be put on as a hat. It should be only from the feeling. It should be felt how it should be. So I value the consultation council, which has been created for the families of the deceased. We thank them for the process and for the consultations. I think that the Veterans Center is not only about the veterans, defenders, but it's only about their families who really need support. When, if not now, and about all of the spaces which are around that. That is why the veterans policy is about full inclusion, and as for me, it equals to barrierlessness. Katerina, in this context, you've created the Veterans Center, and let's move to Kherson region about this question as well. You do understand how many experts you need, assistants you need. You know about them. Maybe you are proactively searching for such experts. Have you calculated for the community? Well, it would be easy to answer with a figure if you're expecting for that. Let me say that we had our own way with the experts. It was last year. We've selected a group. They had the certain training, and we understand that it was a little crisis when we understood that we need to have a national framework. So I thank the president because this decree was lacking, in fact. Now we have specifically to study what was offered by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and what's important that the work, what has been developed, needs to be analyzed again. The experts who were trained, where they are now in the space. Maybe they found themselves because we had a certain break, a pause, when they did not start their work. So I thank for this new development, a driver of this work. I'd like to say that the throughput capacity of the Veterans Center in our community can achieve 220, 250 case managers processes. So we definitely feel this need, and I think that we can get support in the psychologist's topic. Whatever it looks like, it supports the community, because anyway, we'll fund this service. It is the service of priority. The veterans policy is in the focus. So all of that is definitely helping and supporting us. We are ready to implement it at our place. Let's not forget that after the national framework, each community will have its own local framework, and when you get the national and regional tools, you should also have, besides that, your own tools, which will be complementary and will add to each other to have the comprehensible approach to the help to the veterans. Thank you, Katerina. Let me move to Alexander. It's not that easy for you, because considering the region which you are trying to manage, some of the communities are under occupation, deoccupied territory, a huge number of military. This is a kind of a militarized region. And which requests do you have, for instance, for the representatives of the national level today? The Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the Ministry of Healthcare, maybe some of the tools which so far you lack. So what are the plans of the regions? You have a more complicated task to bring the national framework to the level of the local ones, the regional ones, and also to support the communities of the region. I wish health to all of you, glory to our defenders, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. So just for you to understand what Kherson region is, now 170,000 shells were hitting since the beginning of the year. Kherson hears an explosion every 2 minutes. So this is the situation where we are living at. But in each of the communities of Kherson region, we have the top priority task. That is the veterans policy and barrierlessness. So now really we've created a separate department on Veterans Affairs. We go on with this work in the local and district councils, where we also created the departments. We have the active development of the program of social support of war veterans, and the payments now, as of now, are almost 13 million hryvnia, and now we think that there is 3,500 of veterans. Before the full-scale invasion, we had 19,000, and this support was only 3 million. So the support exists. It is huge in different provisions. And simultaneously, we are working and acting not alone and not in silos. We are moving on with the veterans. We are not developing in vacuum. In Kherson region, we have the Council of Veterans, which gives us the proper speed of movement. So at least once a month we are getting together, and they pose the assignment which we need to accomplish. So the veterans space in Kherson region emerged before we had such a decree by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, because our veterans had this task for us. Now we have, out of 17 liberated, deoccupied communities, we have 17 services of administrative services, centers of administrative services provision with the window for the veteran, with 19 services for the veterans and their family members.
We have 39 mobile services which are actually performing this function as well. And I would like to mention, I support what was mentioned by the representatives of MOH, Ministry of Health. They are helping us immensely in this regard. And today there was a question about dental implants. For you to understand, we were one of the first to implement something like this. And actually 12 persons already got this services. Speaking about rehabilitation center, we are also grateful to MOH. Minister Lashko visited us, and he supports. Well, there's this initiative to allocate money to finance rehabilitation center. And in these centers, there will be this special systems which support the mobility. And actually, the experts who support veterans, we are ready to train more. And now we are opening the space. You were asking how many people, well, 4 persons are going to be working in this very space. But that's not enough, and we need to actually have separate sectors in each and every community, sectors which would be responsible for training of these experts. You know, these veterans shall have their own patients' records for the medical specialists to know what's needed and when it's needed. This cooperation shall pertain to the draft offices, the military units. It was highlighted today. Right, veterans are just giving up because it takes them more than 2 months to collect some documents, and this expert shall be actually collecting those documents. I don't want to be taking too much time mentioning what we do. I would like us to have a map of rehabilitation centers. We don't have to create huge numbers of these centers if they won't be efficient and effective. So I believe that we need to hear the voices of communities. MOH, Ministry of Veteran Affairs, shall create this map and build only what's really needed to be built. And last but not least, it was mentioned at the previous panel, adaptation of veterans. I've got this case. There was this task to employ, to oblast level administration, to employ veterans. 2 veterans said yes, they showed up, and we started with the space. The space where they are going to work. And you know, it's very difficult to create such a space. One veteran quit. It was too difficult for him. Well, let's go back to the conversation with Mr. Serhiy. We have to deal with the needs in terms of healthcare. Well, yes. In any sphere, we need to prepare well, and sometimes person has the desire but lack the capacity to do something. I wish everyone health, and I wish this strategy to be implemented in each and every community of our country, and I want each and every community to be liberated by our defenders, because so far just 1/3 is being liberated. So we really want to be meeting all the communities of Kherson Oblast. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. And we have still just 5 minutes. Mr. Ivan, you as the veteran and as the executive director of All Ukrainian Association of Communities, be the voice of those communities, of those who are members of your community. So, we are for sure collecting the information about the needs. We are working with them. But if to give an opportunity to express this need. Well, thank you, Ms. Oksana, for allowing me to be the voice of the communities. You know what I'm going to say, because together with your organization, we've visited almost every corner of Ukraine. And within the framework of this project, we planned to have 10 programs in 10 pilot communities. And within these programs, we stipulate to be actively working with the veterans. And here we speak about exchange of best practices. If to speak about the context we discuss here today, then let me tell you that an expert who's going to work with veterans, well, that's the key person, actually. It all depends on this specialist, on this person. But, you know, communities are a bit afraid to start, to launch something like this. At first, we launch the experiment, and then we give it as an outsourced project to the community. There are certain subventions, that's very good practice, but actually, we would like this to be implemented later in the day using the resources of the community. We had this difficult discussion with the heads of the communities, as we have a lot of small communities. So to have an expert on community affairs was not perceived well, because in small communities they said, well, let's not have somebody separate, somebody trained, let's have somebody from the village council or city hall. So that's one of the difficulties, this perception and the sustainability of such subvention. Yet another tool, which is very important, would be these veteran spaces. And we expected to get the methodological recommendations, and we are going to have the resolution now, which is great. Next thing would be working with veteran organizations and barrier-free approach. Before the discussion panel, I actually got methodological recommendations from the channel, and right now, as we speak, we are sending these methodological recommendations to communities. That's if to speak about the context we are living in now. But I believe that there's still this huge reservation in the communities as regards such things as allocating land for veterans. And communities really lack land to be allocated. This can create certain tensions. So maybe we shall be looking for other mechanisms, maybe rather than allocating land to provide veterans with some lump sums, because we know in what way it was happening after the anti-terrorist operation. It was a good initiative, but something was going wrong from time to time. As soon as the veteran comes back, they know they're entitled to be allocated certain land. There might be certain difficulties with this. And for sure, I believe that we shall not be looking at it out of the context. You know that the community shall be acting instead of the central executive authorities. That's very important, to have these discussion panels and to arrange the interaction, the coordination between all the ministries which are implementing veterans policies nowadays. Veterans are versatile, are different, and everybody has got their own experience in times of war, and they will face various challenges after the war. So it's very important that the state dedicates its attention to veterans. Thank you so much. Thank you. I I've got 1 minute, and I'm going to do my best to summarize what we've heard here. In the first place, communities will be welcoming veterans, and they shall not be left alone dealing with all the problems and challenges. Communities require high-quality dialogue and communication with the central and regional authorities, 100%. Requests of the communities as regards development of their capacities, as regards tools which are out there in the hands of the national level, or the rehabilitation capacities, barrier-free approaches to everything, and let us start taking this 1 million steps, and let us all together have this great communication, and let us be giving feedback. Thank you for this conversation. Well, thank you, dear participants of the panel discussion, for very constructive, interesting dialogue. And now we are going to let you go in order to meet somebody whose weapons is music, a singer who is giving concerts all over Ukraine to support Ukrainian armed forces. In a second, we are going to meet here Dmytro Shurov, but now let us have a look at the screen. I've been here for half a year in the rear. We passed through a lot, and we will face many more challenges. We can't live without one another. Somebody is saying about military brotherhood. We are really brothers in arms. It's good to be in the company of people like you, and we are comfortable even sitting in silence. Yaroslav started smiling, and that's cool. And that shrapnel piece, which was taken away from his body, is in his pocket. I tell him, get rid of it, and he won't. Bogdan loves to boast. He says, I've opened up the meat restaurant. Where? Well, right here. And then I was looking around the city. There were advertisements of his restaurant. He is inviting me. Maybe I'll visit. But I'm really busy. I want to be there for my guys. I feel myself a psychologist, a social worker. They say everything is in our hands. I want to help those who require it. Alexei is going to the front line tomorrow, bringing humanitarian assistance. We'll say hi to our guys, and he will tell them to kill all those bastards and go back home. It feels good. It feels great here. A bit different than it used to be, but great. And people are really waiting for us to come back here. Maybe we need a couple more seconds to install the musical instruments. My son, my brother, my neighbor, dear citizen of my country, somebody is saying veterans must be respected, but we are saying the key thing would be to respect yourself. Be tolerant, be patient. These are very loud words, but we don't want to be tolerated. Don't tolerate bad things, because we won't tolerate it. We don't need any special attitude, because each and every one of us didn't want to become hero and to be respected in a certain way. We just couldn't respond in any other way. We just want to keep on living our regular lives. We want to find employment which we love. We want to be providing services which makes life easier, not more complicated. We want just regular attitude every Ukrainian deserves. Our future is about looking for a common way, a way to the future. And unity is the feeling of something we have in common in achieving our goal, in working together and building the future, which depends on us and which belongs just to us. And I'm saying this to my son. Hello, Father. Hello, Dad. I'm doing great at school. I almost learned how to write. And very soon I will write you a letter. Have a look what I've got here. It's beautiful, isn't it? We miss you so much. We lack you so much. Sadness, grief, pain. These are very brief words as the heartbeat, but memory is longer. Those who were the example when alive will remain the example to follow. Those who protected us, who loved us, will remain our defender for life. Place of sadness and pain will turn into the place of memory and will become the place to which the nation will come to say thank you for this special meeting. The memory of those deceased makes them alive because they've saved our lives with theirs. Hello, son. France, and now, as promised, Dmytro Shurov, piano boy. Greetings, Dmytro. That's that very case when we have a piano on the stage. I would like to mention the words of respect, and I'm really grateful to all those people who are supporting them. Healthcare workers, combat medics, rehabilitologists, mental health specialists, and musicians, because music heals as well. I know that because I visited guys and girls at rehabilitation centers. I saw them cheering up, giving them some senses and giving them desire to leave. And today I would like to sing a song. At first, the one you might not have. It's actually a new one. The world will see it shortly. Maybe it's a bit sad, but it's very relevant because we are all traumatized by war. And regardless of what happened to us, of what we saw, we would require a lot of love and a lot of justice, a lot of assistance and mutual help in order to overcome it and work with all these traumas we've sustained. So let me start with it. The best I've got in my land.
Врешті спокій, після шторму на воді згасли хвилі, лише чайки вдалині відлетіли, без привіту, без прощай. Я ниряю там, де чорна глибина не спитає, скільки ще пірнати нам, доки в рани не розплескалась душа. Я переплив моря від краю і до краю, краще, що є на моїй землі, як перейти цей шлях від пекла і до раю. Краще, що є на моїй землі, краще, що є на моїй землі, краще, що є на моїй землі. Догоряє, і з піддаху рветься дим, сподіваюсь, знову вирватись живим, щоб у вічі мертві глянути твої. Їх побачу, русло сохлої ріки, не пробачу, не завию від журби, все, що зникло, проросте тепер в мені. раю. Ти краще, що є на моїй землі, як перейти свій шлях від пекла і до раю. Ти краще, що є на моїй землі, краще, що є на моїй землі. Ти краще, що є на моїй землі. Ти краще, що є на моїй землі. Ти краще, що є на моїй землі. Дякую.
Thank you.
Тепер трошки рок-н-ролу.
And now a bit of
Тримати
rock and
свої.
roll. So let's not be too sad now.
Що знову буду далі, не скаже ніхто, ми крутимо педалі, але стоїмо, ми хочемо свободи і веселих днів, де шукати броду, цю річку перейти, як ти, скажи мені, як ти. Будемо тримати своє, навіть коли бомбить, і байдуже, що там не будемо тримати своє, тримати своє. Мій парашут розкрився, і я лечу між небом і землею. Тут наше море, вода лоскоче ноги, і ми не віддамо своє нікому, своє нікому, як ти. Скажи мені, як ти. Ми будемо тримати своє, навіть коли бомбить, і байдуже, що там де будемо тримати своє, тримати своє. Байдуже, що там не будемо тримати своє, тримати своє, тримати своє, тримати своє. Дякую вам, тримаємось свої.
Thank you so
Бережіть
much
себе.
and hold your
Гарного,
lines,
конструктивного вечора
stand
всім.
your
До
ground,
побачення.
and have a great evening. Thank you. Dima, thank you so much. It was very moving and touching, and there's still one panel discussion we are going to have. Please don't leave, and let's have a look at the screen. They say that everybody is fighting their own war. Somebody saying this is not my war, and someone is taking the weapons into their arms and they go to protect their family, their motherland, the city of Mariinka, Avdiivka industrial area, well, Kharkiv area, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Kherson. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. We actually were under shelling. I couldn't move my fingers. As they were bringing me out of the trenches, I felt I was dying. Starting from 9 in the morning, I was lying, waiting up to the 6 in the evening, and I knew it wasn't over. And then the hospital, treatment, rehabilitation, and I got a free of charge treatment, free of charge rehabilitation. New skills? Well, because I never knew what it is to walk on the prosthetic appliance. We live here and now, and we need to actively join any interesting occurrences, events. I learned how to play volleyball while sitting, and now I know how to behave with arrows. Well, a lot of my brothers-in-law are creating jobs for veterans. My goals and dreams are going hand in hand. In parallel, that's launching your own business. After liberation of Crimea, the first thing I'll do, I'll go to Yalta to establish a restaurant there. Every day as I go out, somebody is showing the sign of respect, is putting their palm across their heart. They are thanking me. We are all brothers in arms. We need to build this bridge between the civilian life and the military life. We need to help with whatever we can. We need to invest more efforts into the guys not to feel abandoned. We have this understanding, but what's important is mutual respect. Dear friends, our forum continues, and we are going to have yet another important panel, but after this video. My son, my brother, my neighbor, a citizen of my country. Someone is saying they must respect veterans, but we say that the key thing would be to respect yourself in the first place. Tolerance, patience would be great words, but we don't want to be tolerated. Don't tolerate impunity. Don't tolerate bad things as we won't. We don't require any special treatment because each and everyone did not aspire to become a hero or to be shown respect. We just couldn't do it the other way. We just want to live our lives among common citizens. We want to have the work we love, and we want to be giving the world something which makes lives easier, not harder. And our future is not looking for a common path. That's that path and that way which brings us to unity. That's the feeling of common goal, of working together, of the future that depends on us and belongs just us. This is to my son, and that's what I tell my son.
Okay, friends, our next session has the name Veteran for Veterans, and with the joyful heart, I introduce you the moderator of this conversation, director of the Veteran Space in Khmelnytsky City, a member of the Coalition for Veteran Spaces, veteran Katerina Lutsik. Katyu, you have the floor. Happy to get acquainted with you. So I'd like to start with the words "Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes." Dear friends, in fact, today we have the final panel, but we understand that this is one of the most important ones, because all of the dialogues today, all of the tasks, all of the regulations were created around the veterans, their requests and their needs. So I'm happily inviting here the speakers, Yulia Kirillova, veteran, Acting Executive Director of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund of the Ministry of Veterans. Olga Olefirenko, daughter of Captain First Class and Commander of the 73rd Naval Special Forces Center, Yuri Olefirenko. Sergei Zhukovsky, veteran mentor, founder of the veteran business Сушена радість, dry joy. Speaker Alexander Chamorsov, veteran, chief psychologist of the Crisis Support Hotline of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. Yuri Hapanchuk, veteran of war, officer of the 50th Regiment of the National Guard of Ukraine, participant of Air Force Trials 2024. And also we'll have online Speaker George Channing, U.S. veteran, executive director of the U.S.-Ukraine Veterans Bridge, former White House Innovation Fellow, and well-known Taras Topola, volunteer, ex-volunteer of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Taras is joining us, right? So, in fact, today we've heard a lot that nothing should be done for the veterans without the veterans, nothing for us without us. So, I'm so happy to be a moderator of this panel because I'm the veteran myself, and it's incredibly pleasant to be among my brothers and sisters in arms. I'm sure that we'll create this dialogue in the open and honest way, without any vague declarations, how it should be at all of the levels of our state. So I'd like to speak about the following next questions. What we really need from the state, what is working, what's not, which opportunities as of today already exist, which are planned, which tools are working and have been used by our veterans directly according to their own experience, and what's needed for the development of the veterans business. And we understand that, in fact, we'll be speaking not about the money, but about the support, mentorship, about the overcoming these or those challenges. And also we'll raise the issues which are as important as those, that is respect, gratitude from the state and society at large. So I would like to start our discussion with a question to Olga. Olga, I know that after your father perished, he had a dream which he managed to bring to life. So I'd like to hear from you how hard it was, what the state gave you, which issues you faced, and did you get the mentorship, maybe any of the prompts directly from the state? If yes, which ones? If not, where did you search for them? Good evening, everyone. In 2015, under Mariupol, my father perished, Captain First Class, the commander of the 73rd Naval Special Forces Center of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. He covered 3 brothers in arms with his body. It is hard to speak about that. I do apologize. This is the loss for our family, which was a huge tragedy, as well as the loss of the relatives for each of the families. But in spite of the pain and grief, I would like to implement his dream into life. He was dreaming of doing agriculture, and after having a land plot from the local authorities, I started to make this dream come true. I started the construction of my own farm. So when I was doing that, there were lots of obstacles because I got only a car of my father, so I had to do everything on my own. I had to bring the construction materials. There were no communications to the land plot. We had to provide the water supply. We had the lamps as the lighting. So I tried to go to the local authorities and to ask for some assistance. I got some help. They took the lighting, they made the lighting to the premises. So I went on with the development. Still, it was very hard. The number of cattle increased, so there were other obstacles, not that much of the food. So I was trying to get some additional help, and I got a refusal. I understood that I cannot provide that, and this business should be finalized. We sold the livestock, but I hoped that this dream would one day come true. Some time passed, and when the full-scale invasion started, I had a huge opportunity to take part in the grant competition, which was conducted by the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, the charity foundation. This is what we'd like to know about. What did you get? What maintenance or support was provided? As it was the grant for the veterans, for the military, for the families of the deceased defenders, I got a letter that I can take part in that. I needed to be an entrepreneur, and I needed to write my own business plan. So this was the dream of my father. I wanted to write it, but I could not believe in my own strength. But my family believed in me. They are my support. I did not have any mentors then. All of the knowledge and expertise was taken from all of the possible sources. So I wanted to take part in this competition. I went through the technical selection, then I created a business plan, the detailed one. Then I was presenting my business project, and I was in top 10 of the winners. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so happy. I was excited and crying and hugging my family. And since that day, I started the creation of my own farm. My project was done to work with pigs according to the new technologies, with the new innovative fodder and with new technologies. We provided water supply with the help of this money. The co-funding was from the charitable foundation. And with their money, we've got the ventilation system, we improved the conditions for the animals, and all of that is now more automated, innovative, and we'd like to develop it on and on. I never had any mentorship, but I was searching for it on my own. And now we have such people, though we'd like to have some special centers. We'd like to get to know how to do it better. You say that you didn't have any mentors. But do you feel the need of that? Yes, I feel this need. We'd like to have these centers to have the opportunity to develop in different spheres so that we could get new skills, because it's so important as the sector. We need to know. When I was creating the business plan, I needed to know every single detail to implement all of that. I needed to make contacts, and I cannot get that on my own. So I had such mentors, I found them on my own, and they really helped me a lot. And now we're quickly developing, so we'd like to take part in grant competitions further on, so that we could have even more development. We've got lots of plans and ideas. I thank to my family, which supports me, and I'm really grateful that such Ukrainian Veterans Fund exists, and the charitable foundation which supported me. And thanks to them, the dream of my father came true. Thank you, Olga. There are lots of veterans here. Olga, thank you for your story. And there are lots of veterans here who, I'm sure, today posed lots of questions to Yulia, other representatives about the veterans' businesses. And besides Olga, you could see the previous speech of Artur Voitenko, who is also a success case. So you have opportunities, and it's another proof that you need to knock all the doors. Now I'd like to move to the question to Sergei Zhukovsky. You have experience of multi-year entrepreneurship. From the survey of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, we got to know that 62% of veterans have the wish to create a startup, and only 7% are capable to do that. So I'd like to hear from you as an experienced entrepreneur, what would you advise for these 62% of people who would like to have a startup? Maybe you can advise or recommend what they should avoid, any of the mistakes, or what the first 5 steps should be since the idea was born till its implementation. Okay. Thank you for the question. Before I answer it, I would like to thank all of the presentees who is still here in the hall. I'd like to thank the veterans. I'd like to thank all of the organizations which are helping the veterans, whether those are the state organizations or private ones. You, after this event, will come back home. And you'll need to roll up your sleeves and work on. You'll need to help veterans more, in spite of the situation that the state is working on that. But I would say it is a bit too bureaucratized, so it's too slow. So everything is in your own hands. Now about the question. The veterans are as humans as anybody else. They know not that much about business. So I would advise the veterans to, before certain startups, you need to get information from some sources. First, you need to study, to train, because the people would like to create some idea and then they calculate certain millions of profits. But after the first, second or third month, they are disappointed. And they can just put up with that. So first of all, you need to study. You need to get to know something new. You need to get information. In my case, I started the studies during the third week after rehabilitation, in spite of the situation that my work experience. I have been a sole proprietor since 2005. I was dealing with car details and spare parts of the vehicles. Still, you need to study. During the third week after the surgery, I still had the sews on me, but I already had the stylus on my hand, on my arm, so I was already searching for certain courses or studies to renovate my skills or knowledge. Because honestly speaking, in the armed forces of Ukraine, you are not thinking about any entrepreneurship. You are thinking only about your own survival or the survival of your brothers in arms. So the studies, my first studies, were in Prometheus. This is the free courses which are accessible for anybody. When I went through these courses, in 2 weeks I already had 5 diplomas, and I moved on. Then it turned out that besides the state institutions, as I said, there are private ones. No one mentioned about them, but still there are private rehabilitation centers like Superhumans. So I got to them and they gave me new opportunities. I got my first prosthetics from them. I hope they're not the last ones. And what else I liked there in Superhumans? They are different substantially from the state institutions. They are more than just centers. They are training guys and ladies on entrepreneurship. If you'd like to go in for sports, please. If there is something interesting, they find experts, they involve them, and this is how they make the guys aware what they would be interested in. So using this opportunity, I'd like to thank the Center of Superhumans for what they did for me. That was a huge step. Then I went through training and I was able to write a grant application and to present it. I have more than one. I've done 3 of them. First from DVI International Company in Ukraine, the second one from the local authorities, Lviv region, and the third from the regional Lviv authorities. Unfortunately, from all over Ukraine, such grant applications are almost not done by the authorities. It exists only in Lviv region. All of the other regions are affected. They don't have that. My native region, Zaporizhia, Kherson region, is affected by that. The whole country is affected by that. By the way, I am the engineer and mechanic of agriculture by profession, so if you need any consultation, you can come to me. And this is about collaboration and support already. Friends, by the way, I'm also into mentorship, so as of now, I give my respect to Superhumans They involved me into training so I can move on. And now I visit the center from time to time and I tell the guys about business. I consult them. If you need help, and if there are veterans in the hall, or the wives of the veterans, the family members of the veterans, if you would like to get to know more about grants, if you need my consultation, find me on Instagram. My name is Sushena Radist, Dry Joy. I will help you there and I will answer your questions as much as possible. So to sum up your recommendations, you need to search for opportunities, to look for mentorship, and to try out if you have such a wish. Yes, you should try. You shouldn't be ashamed of that. You need to search for information. If you don't know where to take it from, it doesn't mean that it does not exist. You just need to get to know about that. Here we have the Veteran Hub presented, which also helped me to search for grant. When I was searching for state grants and I wanted to win it, it was in the end of 2023, it was already over. So I went to Veteran Hub and they told me, Serhiy, we have others. So please try out other ones. That is cool. Thank you for your service. Let's have a round of applause. And it seems to me each of our speakers today mentioned Ukrainian Veterans Fund. So the next session of questions will be, Yulia, to you. We've got lots of opportunities. We know that lots of things have been already accomplished. So I'd like to pose the following question. First of all, please share what has already been done. Share some of the success stories, because during different speeches and discussions, we've already involved the guys and ladies who have become these success stories. So could you please directly tell us about how, as we said with Serhiy, that money is not the only thing what's important for business, but also mentorship, educational component, training. So how in Ukrainian Veterans Fund, you work with the educational component. How do you work with the veterans? Hello to all of the presentees. First of all, before I answer all of these questions, I'd like to express my gratitude to each of the presentees who, during these 10 years, with the arms in your hands, is standing for and fighting for our independence. Because thanks to you, specifically, we have the opportunity to celebrate the 33rd anniversary of our independence. I give my respect to you. I thank you for your service and for your sacrifice. So, all of us have heard a lot today this phrase, nothing for veterans without the veterans. And this is the approach which we are trying to comply with in the Ukrainian Veterans Fund when we create certain new opportunities, when we launch new competition programs, when we launch the programs of support and mentorship, when we have our hotline working, which will be told by Alexander about, because he's also the veteran himself. So all of those components are trying to comply with basic principles, because this is what we need to rely upon in our work and the whole veterans policy, which is being shaped in our country. So, as the military, we got used to be very brief and close to the essence. I tried to stick to that and not to delve deeper into long speeches. So, I have my own experience of reintegration after my comeback from the service, after demobilization, so I can tell about the issues and needs of the veterans because I felt it on my own skin. But before that, I was working for almost 2 years as an analyst in the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, and all of you could see here at the Veterans Space the location with the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, and you could get acquainted with our analytics.
We are conducting profound studies, so it was about the portrait of veteran, who is our target audience, what they really need today, and a lot were mentioning that they need financial support. And we are also trying to provide it as well. But you know, sometimes they ask you what veterans need. You're an analyst and you're a veteran yourself. Well, that's definitely not the land plot and paternalistic approaches to life. We need new opportunities, and we need new opportunities to find our spot under the sun, to strengthen our communities, to develop our communities where we reside and where we try to develop where our children are going to live. And Ukrainian Veterans Fund for 2 years in a row is successfully supporting veterans initiatives, and we work on supporting, well, I've got these figures in hand. Sorry, I have bad memory. As of today, we've supported 275 initiatives, out of which 241 would be veterans businesses. We support not just veterans businesses, but also civil society initiatives who are offering something for veterans, who are helping veterans to get reintegrated. And for sure, they've got general financing for the amount more than 426 million hryvnias. And you know, I'm deeply persuaded that money would be just one of the tools, but that's not the key thing, not the only tool, because the key thing here would be knowledge, skills, mentorship, and we have to help our veterans in getting the competences which will allow them not just to launch their business, but also to develop their business successfully. Well, for sure, success of the business depends on the ability to manage such a business, and it depends on your ability to analyze the situation in your area. It depends on your ability to take difficult, quick decisions in difficult times. But we are trying to also strengthen the capacities of our veterans on a daily basis. The team of Ukrainian Veterans Fund almost 24/7 is there in touch with our veterans and is helping them in the course of implementation of their processes whenever they are dealing with accounting balances. You know, we are not just there to help them dealing with the accounting matters when they report to us, to the state, that they are successfully implementing the cases, but we are also training them, because the basic skills of managing business, of accounting, well, you know, that's sometimes a huge gap. And our employees who are working on a daily basis with our veterans are supporting them in this regard as well. They are providing them with all the possible consultations and are ready to respond to their calls and letters. Thank you so much, the coolest team in Ukraine. And you know, just before this forum, the coolest team of ours was not sleeping the night or more, and we've managed to count, to actually have this profound analysis of all these projects which were implemented, including thanks to Ukrainian Veterans Fund. Our veterans, our entrepreneurs created at least 730 new jobs. That's not taken into account seasonal jobs. And for sure, this has very positive influence on the level of employment and the social stability in our country. But the key thing would be that this money, which was invested into veterans business, still give dividends to our economy for many, many years. Veterans businesses are creating new products, new services, but also Ukrainian veterans are becoming new members of the labor market. They're generating new ideas. They are involving investments, because support of the fund would be ensuring the sustainability, because the state ensures certain sustainability for our veteran business persons. And veterans, in their turn, by keeping on being present in the labor market, by producing something, by attracting investments, by creating new jobs, are strengthening the economy of our state. And they allow us developing and moving forward. Which is why, based on this, the support to veterans' business would not just be some social initiative. That's the strategic approach to development of our economy, which ensures sustainable development and which helps us strengthening our country and reinforcing its economy. Veterans who got financing from us, they are supporting themselves, their families, but also they are making huge contribution in development of their communities because taxes are being paid and the state needs taxes for its further development, which is why our team, the team of Ukrainian Veterans Fund, is actively investing and is actively working on not just financial support of our entrepreneurs from among veterans and members of the families of deceased defenders. And that's of paramount importance, you know, because I, as the wife of a deceased defender, would be very grateful to my country if the state would take care of my beloved husband's parents. And I'm very grateful to all the institutions that are supporting members of veterans' family, including those who are no longer with us. Because, you know, veterans are giving the key thing they've got in life. Sometimes they are giving their lives even. So this is our obligation to support their families, and we are trying to create programs and to launch projects of mentor support, of counseling, and we are having certain programs on mentorship. We are ensuring some consultations. Also, the team of our fund works on retraining programs, internship programs, hands-on training programs. We are cooperating with one of the biggest employers in our country for the veterans who can't today or have no understanding today how to develop their own business, have an opportunity to get certain hands-on training in the area they are interested in, to get some skills and knowledge in order to either create their own business or join their forces together with other veterans and develop their common business, or keep on working for the sake of the state, develop their own business, or maybe work for the businesses which were created by our veterans and our defenders. We are always open to communication, to cooperation, and are ready to support not just businesses, but also civil society organizations. Thank you for your service, and thank you for all the activities you are implementing. We all understand that before we proceed to launching businesses and to employment, this can't actually be possible unless we undergo proper rehabilitation and restore our health. So, Yuri Hapanchuk, I would like to thank you for your service. I'm not going to ask you about your athletic achievements, but I would like to ask you what Air Force Trials 2024 is, in what way it helps, what is it about, and what you actually lack to develop adaptive sports. Maybe physical specialists maybe some specially equipped rooms. You know, today we have this discussion which is built as a dialogue, and authorities hear us today. And as far as today, we speak the whole day that we need to be discussing it all with veterans in the first place. I would like you to tell me what's the key request from the community to develop the adaptive sport. In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to everybody present in the room. I got a bit tired to wait for this moment to come to the stage and tell you a few words, guys. Thank you for being here. Speaking about, in general, such topic as sports, especially the one for veterans, you know, for me, at first, it was, well, that's sports, that's medals, that's places you win at championships. But then I joined a community of veterans who are actively involved in sporting activities and who are promoting healthy lifestyle. I went abroad to this competition where we presented Ukraine at the international arena, not as an athlete actually, but as a representatives of the people of Ukraine. We were talking to people around, telling them about the problems in our country. We were explaining what and how and, you know, everything about living in times of war. But we are not giving up, and we want to achieve certain level. So I understood that's cool. That's not always about sport, but about rehabilitation, socialization of veterans through sport. That's even about family, about unity, about veterans community. And to tell you the truth, I got really passionate about it all. And in my region, I launched civil society organization, and I'm trying to provide veterans with an opportunity to find gyms which are there, opening their doors for them free of charge, just to give them opportunity to be doing sports. Because when I wanted to actually do sports, I didn't have time and opportunity. After I got my injury, I really wanted to be doing sports, but it was difficult to find some good fit for myself. And after this visit abroad, I got really inspired. I'm into this socialization. I'm going to other countries, visiting all these fora, all these competitions where I rediscover the world for myself. And well, now I'm an assistant of the sports manager in Invictus Games team, where we train a Ukrainian team for the competition in Invictus Games in Vancouver, Canada. And you know, adaptive kinds of sports are becoming more popular. We start hearing this term more and more often. I would like to explain a bit, because adaptive kinds of sports would not be always just for veterans, because there are various veterans, those who sustained certain injuries or those who, thanks God, never sustained any injury, but still they can be involved in sports, and they need it for their mental health, etc. So I would like to mention that in our country, we are seeing something new. That's a new area, that's the new realm, that's sport for the veterans of war. And I would like to preliminarily announce that with the initiative of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs this year, we are going to conduct the veterans competitions. We are going to announce it publicly a bit later, where, at what time, at what location. And in general, I understand that here in this hall we have people who are not always really interested in sports, but, you know, maybe my speech would be heard by somebody of you. My message would be heard. Let me tell you what kinds of sports are out there for veterans you can be involved in. This would be rowing, that would be jogging, swimming, throwing the disc, sitting volleyball, rugby and volleyball on wheelchairs. And now also we've got these kinds of sports like winter sports as adaptive skiing, whiteboarding, curling on wheelchairs. And there are more kinds of sports out there. So together with all of the organizers, Air Force Trail, Invictus Games, and everybody involved, we're trying to develop it and deliver the message to veterans that there's this opportunity to be doing all these kinds of sports. So that's my message. Thank you. Dear friends, online we have Mr. George Tuning, so I would like to proceed talking to our dear guest, because in 2018, at a forum like this, thanks to Maria Ivanovich, our ambassador, there was the conversation that there was a need to create Ministry of Veteran Affairs, which is why it was actually created. So we would like to express a gratitude to American people. A round of applause is heard in the room. So a question from us. George, tell us, please, could you single out some very useful tools how to motivate veterans in their lives based on your experience as a veteran and as a person who is working with veterans community?
Dobry večer. Hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, and thank you for hosting me today. I wish I could be there in person with you all. I was honored to attend last year's Veterans Forum to officially launch our organization, the U.S.-Ukraine Veterans Bridge, to bring American veterans and American veteran experience to the Ukrainian veterans community. This week, I'm in Chicago, helping educate American leaders on the importance of standing with our fellow veterans and brothers and sisters in arms in Ukraine. America has learned a lot about how to support veterans, survivors, and their families throughout our history, particularly the last 20 years of our conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. While the situation in Ukraine, of course, is unique, there are certain lessons learned and best practices that we have that we are thrilled to share with our friends and partners in Ukraine. For motivating, there are a lot of fantastic veteran organizations and nonprofits that are doing outstanding work across Ukraine. We've had the privilege of meeting many of them in Kyiv and out into the countryside. These organizations play a vital role in supporting veterans, particularly in psychological support, in physical support, adaptive sports, as the team has mentioned, transition assistance. But there are other organizations in America that are really focused on bringing veterans together. They're veteran-led, they're veteran-organized, to create a place for people, veterans and their families, to come together, motivate each other, heal together, and have ownership of their futures. In America, we call them Veteran Service Organizations, or VSOs, and they play a crucial role in making sure veterans are able to access the benefits and services they've earned, build communities and coalitions and camaraderie to support each other. And they also have a great amount of influence in American society. They're able to speak for a large number of veterans to make sure that their voices are heard in policy and throughout government. These organizations, while not perfect, they do represent a great model for veterans to come together and motivate each other. You know, nobody knows a veteran better than a fellow veteran, of course. And veterans that have found success are able to bring what they've learned to their brothers and sisters and their families, to share that and to motivate and to be an example of what success can look like. In America, we have a strong tradition of veteran mentoring and mentorship. I was fortunate that my transition out of the Army after serving in Afghanistan was relatively good. I was able to find a job and education, but as a veteran, I recognize not everybody has that opportunity, even in America. And so myself and many others like me have dedicated our lives and our careers to providing that service back to the veterans community, to support those that weren't as fortunate as I was, for a variety of reasons. And so in our experience, those organizations and those groups of veterans coming together and being examples for each other and lifting each other up is a fantastic way to motivate and to make sure veterans as a whole group move into the future together. Thank you all for your service and for taking the time this evening. I know it's late there. It's fantastic to see many of good friends again. And my organization and me personally are always here to help. So please reach out if we can be of further assistance. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
George.
And then we'd like to move to the next question. Today we were speaking about different components of the veterans policy, and one of the first is the mental health and psychological support. Alexander Chamorsov, I know as like no one else how important psychological support is, because when I went through psychological rehabilitation, I wanted to ask the following question. Do we have still a myth, a stereotype, that I'm not mental, I will not go to the psychologist or to a psychiatrist? If yes, how do you fight it? If not, how do you cope with working, or how do you cope working according to the peer-to-peer approach? Thank you. The question is really important and interesting, but I will not now be too original, because I'd like to start with the words of gratitude as well. Before answering your question, I would like to thank you. I thank everybody who is still here. I hope you won't be sorry for that. And also, I'd like to thank my brothers in arms and sisters in arms who are protecting me and my relatives. And one more gratitude, as our hotline is one of the projects of the Ukrainian Fund, Veteran Fund, and as for me it's a successful project, and it exists for more than 2 years and will go on. So I thank Yulia, I thank the presentees here, the colleagues from the Ukrainian Veteran Fund, and of course I thank you so much, my colleagues, psychologists, who came here to support me and 24/7 are at this hotline providing crisis consultations. If I can, I'd like to stand up and thank you so much. Thank you. And now to your question. Why people think that they shouldn't go to the psychiatrist if they are not mental? Well, I haven't heard that for a long time, including the defenders and veterans. So I would say it's more of a meme, which used to be relevant in 2016 and 2017. But in fact, this prejudice still exists. Now it is a bit transformed. When they tell me I will go to the psychologist, but it should be the person with combat experience, and then I can open up to him or her. Otherwise, I will not open up. In my opinion, it is also a prejudice, but we are moving on, and I think that it will vanish as well. I will not even give you any proofs or evidence about that it's just a prejudice. But again, my evidence is my colleagues. They are not combat participants, they are not combatants, but they provide a qualified psychological support at the front line. We've got lots of calls. So, in fact, I don't know whether I answered your question or not about the meme, but something like that. In fact, I am personally happy that it is just a meme. But this myth and stereotype of the society which could still exist. And it is cool when we are working by the peer-to-peer principle, which helps a lot. But I totally agree that, in fact, I'm sure, and I know your psychologists, your team, that there are psychologists who don't have combat experience, who are not veterans, but still they are as professional as others. So thank you for your service and thank you for your work. Thank you. And in fact, speaking about the new veterans policy, one of the three main paradigms is the consolidating image of the veteran. And now I'd like to speak to Taras Topola. Could you tell, according to your opinion, what the image of veteran is among the military and among the civilians as well? And what do we need to do so that this image has become more uniting factor of the society, not just an irritating factor? Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. I would also like to thank everyone who is still remaining here. I'd like to thank the military and the veterans who are giving us the opportunity to sit and discuss something here at this panel. Something is relevant, something is not. It happens. As for the image of the veteran and the image of the military, what it should be and what the state should do for that. I think that the state should, at the level of the legislative framework, provide an imperative, a certain threshold of respect of the people who came back from the front line, whether those are people with disabilities or people who came back without a disability. Still, they took part in the combats, they risked their lives for the sake of their country so that it could survive. We need a certain level of respect, and when I say that, I mean that simultaneously we need certain administrative and maybe even criminal liability for the offense of the veteran, of the military, and for the actions against the people who yesterday used to be combatants and today they are already in the civilian life as retired from the front line. This is a kind of the stick, but we need a carrot as well, which the society should get the positive side. A kind of a booster to respect such a person. So besides the fact that many people do not understand that, especially the ones which would like to decrease the action of the person who voluntarily went to the front line, who don't have the strength, the will, the moral principles, who feel fear, who can't do the same, they would like to neglect and in fact decrease with their attitude, not to make it, in fact, valuable, but in fact, this action is already the important one, that the person signing the contract as a volunteer is ready to give his or her life for you, for your country, because you never know what can happen. It can happen at the zero line when the drone is coming or the missile, or it can be at the second line when the missile is coming. So the person who is mobilized and signing the contract should automatically be respected and have the status in the society. So to have respect among the people who are far from the war, because of certain circumstances they exist, they have to be successful in another sphere. They must have a certain resource of respect from other people, and it should be earned in a different way. In fact, the state should should give the opportunity for the veteran when he or she comes from the front line to realize in any sphere. And as he spent lots of time, a big part of his life, while everyone was going through the courses, earned their first capital, had romantic relations, gave birth to the children. During these times, this guy or this lady was giving his life and health and time to the protection of the state. When he or she is coming back, the state should give him or her a booster so that they could catch up what they lost. This is, first of all, the taxation policy. I'm not the expert, and I will not delve deeper into what has been already done, what's not, but I sincerely think that if the veterans are coming together and they create some venture company and their capital is more than 51% and another part is some civilian investor or the foreign investor, the state should provide certain tax discounts for such legal entities, both for LLCs and stock companies and also for all of the private entrepreneurships. They should have tax discounts, other tax rates. Secondly, the veterans must have the opportunity to be in the construction cooperatives, to have zero loan rate and with a huge, for instance, time for the installments payments. I am for this topic in the youth construction projects, but I would think that the veterans should do that together as well. Believe me, we have a huge resource of foreign capital. So the state should give the opportunity for the people, the veterans, to unite and to get to this channel of access to this capital. And believe me, there will be people who will be ready within the cooperatives, if this legislation is adopted, to create the whole residential blocks. There are lots of constructors, many experts who went through the front line, who are ready to do that, who can do that. And thirdly, it's important not only to have physiological but mental rehabilitation, psychology and psychiatry. I will not delve deeper into psychiatry. I just would like to say that there are modern methodologies, including the US, which were mentioned for multiple times. There are huge researches how you can do that not only in the classic ways, how they make people's minds in order, but maybe not only with the classical, but also not some unorthodox methodologies which already are evidence-based. And this is according to the medicines which lead to amazement. For instance, what do you mean? There's a psilocybin, MDMA. Those are the ones which are still not legal. But believe me, those practices exist. And the experts already do that, which have already that experience in the US, because this trend originates from the US and it leads to positive effect. I'm not only about that. There are lots of other practices which are needed in Ukraine, because we just cannot cope classically with the old school approach, with such a number of people after the traumas, after some huge and severe crazy stresses and what they lived through. We need to search for alternative methodologies. And this is, for the conclusion, I also think that the state needs to provide tax discounts for those legal entities which are implementing the psychological practice, even private ones, rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation in the private centers, and psychiatry at the private basis. This is also should be given tax discounts, and the educational services, improvement of qualifications, psychiatrists, psychologists, whatever is connected with your mind and the psychological state recovery, all of that should be supported by the state as well. But as soon as you give the opportunity, if you give certain discounts, there will be people, experts, and foreign investments who will be involved in that. Though it may sound cynical when you have this upscaled war with a huge number of irreversible and reversible losses, you've got the new opportunity to implement psychiatry and psychology practice. And thus, in spite of the huge drama and tragedy, here in Ukraine we could have the well-developed and implemented innovative practices in the world, which we can do here. We cannot just miss this moment. We don't have the right to miss it, because the strategic survival depends on that. Dozens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people will come back from the front line, and they will have the request for these services. The state should do as much as possible so that the civil, free society, the capitalism, should make these services to be provided in this or that way. As soon as we do that, the veteran will have the opportunity to realize himself or herself. If the veteran, even in spite of his or her past, will have the stable earnings of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, if the veteran would have the opportunity to train his or her children in the educational institutions, to have the opportunity to send them for relaxation, to put on the clothes for his lover, to go to the restaurant, what he'd like to, then he or she will feel worthily, will feel financially stable, and definitely it will improve his or her status in the society as a successful person. That's why we need to create this ecosystem. Of course, I'm just touching that superficially with wider strokes, but we need to work on that in a comprehensible way. And it seems that the Ministry of Veteran Affairs is a very specialized story. No, it's about the strategy of the survival of our society, the society which is and will be in the state of resistance, of war. Even after the victory, the aggressor will not vanish, will still have the threat, and will have to be in this mode on and on. And one more last point. The veterans need to get the equal opportunities for the politics. But here, I don't see any obstacles. So far, we have a democratic society, so I hope that till the next elections, the veterans' organizations and certain movements will have the higher representation in the local authorities and in the parliament, because it cannot be any other way. That's it. Thank you. Taras, thank you for your service. Thank you for your activity. So concluding, in fact, I'd like to say that the veterans policy is not only about the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. This is the throughput policy, and we can see that here are the veterans, all of us. We have different experience, we have different expertise, and we have different requests. So we let the state know that we are not opponents, we are partners. Take our requests, because we are saying for the whole day that nothing for the veterans should be without veterans. So it should be at every single level, and it should be compliant with the real requests of the veterans. I thank you for the service, and really, from my behalf, I'd like to thank our military, our veterans, who are just now at the front line, defending us on the territory of Ukraine, and not only, and you, that you are still here, you're listening to us. I'm sure that we were interesting for you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. And this round of applause, Katya, is for you and all the participants of this panel discussion. And now I'd like to ask for your special attention. I'd like to invite to the stage an incredible couple, veterans, a wonderful, beautiful couple who have recently become engaged. Meet them. Oleksiy Levchenko, a veteran of the 12th Separate Marine Brigade Azov, and Nastya Savka, a veteran of 111th Separate Territorial Defense Brigade. Both of them were seriously injured, but did not lose their will to live. Our defenders so please come closer. Let's move on. Our defenders underwent prosthetics at the Superhuman Center, where the best rehabilitation experts work. And I, for instance, know that you have some surprise for us. Yes. Good day, everyone. I wish you health. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. If you allow me, I would like to read a letter to my beloved person, a veteran as well. So, let us support with a round of applause.
You know that I don't know a lot of big words, but I have great feelings to you. And I will try to tell you what I really feel. January of 2024 was the year and the month of preparing for prosthetic appliances, for learning how to walk again. And every day is accompanied by physical pain and mental pain. But it became the January I'm going to remember all my life. Every minute of this January, you're concentrated. I'm nervous. You were asking where you could have breakfast, and I offered to have breakfast together and brought you there. We were meant to meet each other in summer 2023 in Zaporizhia region, but our meeting happened in the Superhuman Center, and our life has got other senses, other colors. You are my balance, you are my mood, my inspiration, my strength. The pain didn't go away, but we are sharing it as we are sharing our feelings, and our hearts are beating as one heart. We are thinking the same, we have the same values we share. You are more than my life. You are more important than the air. You are the one. And you are the one for whom I'm going to hold the sky, and you will always know I love you. Alexei, turn back. And I believe that everybody present here recognize the words. That's from Antitila Band song. And welcome Antitila Band on this stage. And we are very grateful to Nastya and Alexei. You are a great couple.
Нехай ваша любов не минає і не
And I
минає
wish your
пісня і
love to
музика.
stay there forever. Be happy.
Так, ну а поки ми трошки готуємось,
We
хотів
are
би запитати,
preparing a little bit, so I would like to ask you who managed to park today properly. That was a huge problem today. Am I right? I still don't remember where my car is located. I'm going to search for it now.
Так, а у нас зараз паркуються музиканти на сцені.
Well, I
Бачите,
believe
тож.
the musicians are parking themselves on this stage now to proceed with the topic. And I see Taras Topolia, who is coming on the stage now. Thank you. And by the way, I'm grateful to everybody who survived this day and is still with us. Hello, everybody. Antitila Band.
Зараз буде трошки цікавіше, ніж слухати, як я говорю.
We are going to have something more interesting than just listen to my words. When Antitila Band comes somewhere, we need to sing. They say we are great at it, so let us check it out. You are the one, and the song is being dedicated to you guys, Nastya and Alexei.
Першим було світло, далі вже я і ти. Променями проникло в темряву пустоти. В ній освітило душі, в ній возвело світи. Людині дало заповіт: люби, люби, люби. Ти саме та, яку, ти саме та, кому по колу 10-му далі співатиму, що люблю. саме такому небо триматиму і навіть не знатимеш, бо люблю. Іноді був занудним, іноді як їжак, іноді від твоїх ідей в мене зривало дах. Де тепер стеля стіни, де їх новий кордон, ми разом лело. Ти саме та, яку, ти саме та, кому по колу 10-му далі співатиму, що люблю. Ти саме та, яку, ти саме та, кому небо триматиму і навіть не знатимеш, бо люблю. Ти саме та, яку, ти саме та, кому по колу 10-му далі співатиму, що люблю. Ти саме та, яку, ти саме та, кому небо триматиму і навіть не знатимеш, бо люблю. Дякуємо.
Thank you so much. Make love and work harder. We need more happy Ukrainians out there. And why postponing? Do it right today, after today's forum. I can tell you because I've got 3 kids of my own, you know. So that was joking around a little bit, but the next song would be to commemorate everyone who died at war, and we are very grateful to everyone who is now defending our country, and we actually reflected our own experience in this song, and we needed it to cheer ourselves up, cheer Ukrainian society up, both civilian and the military. The song you definitely know, to commemorate everyone who is not with us. Bakhmut Fortress.
Фортеця Бахмут, всі молитви наші тут, і сердець сталевий дух, і герої незламних рук. З неба нам сил дають, волю вогонь і лють, стіни горять бою. Мамо, а я стою, мамо, а я в строю, не, я борюсь, знищу і повернусь. Зараз буде база, вимикаєм біль, старі образи. Ось моє плече, я поруч браза. Ось вона напроти суне, зараза. Ось заходить з шлангу нова фаза. Працюємо спокійно, як того вчили нас. Там наше завтра за нашими спинами. І наші діти, батьки, родини там. І ті, що пішли на щиті, побратими. Також за нашими спинами. Нехай стрибає щур, загнаний у кут. І палає заревом наш маршрут. Значить, є робота для наших рук. Тут. Фортеця Бахмут, всі молитви наші тут. І сердець сталевий дух, і герої незламних крут. з неба нам сил дають, волю, вогонь і лють, стіни горять бою. Мамо, а я стою, мамо, а я строю, не, я борюсь, знищу і повернусь. Зараз стане темно і впаде в агонії кривавий демон. Значить, ми боролись недаремно, значить, ми дотисли так шалено, значить, все за планом. Далі ранок, а з ним перемога. Наостанок скажу лиш одне: боятись не гріх, гріх зрадити своїх. Фортеця Бахмут, всі молитви наші тут, і сердець сталевий дух, і герої незламних крут, з неба нам сил дають, волю, вогонь і лють, стіни горять бою. Мамо, а я стою, фортеця Бахмут, всі молитви наші тут, і сердець сталевий дух, і герої незламних крут, з неба нам сил дають, волю, вогонь і лють, стіни горять бою. Мамо, а я стою, мамо, а я в строю, не, я болюсь, знищу і повернусь. Дякую, друзі, всім.
Thank you, dear friends. And to crown it all, glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. And I believe we will win. And really deep respect to our veterans and to those military who are now fighting for our freedom, who believe in our country, and everything is going to be great. Thank you.
Гурт «Антитіла». У мене аж мурашки по шкірі.
And I had goosebumps on my body. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you, Nastya. Thank you, Alexei, because love prevails, and it's so important in times of war. I'm grateful to the Ministry of Veteran Affairs that you brought all of us together here. I'm grateful to everyone who was with us today. I'm grateful to the huge veteran community, and I have an honor to belong to it. We are grateful to those who are still fighting, and honor to those who laid their lives to our freedom. The 7th Forum Ukraine Veterans Unity is officially over. It was an incredible day and great evening. Have a calm evening, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. And let us stand our ground. Dear friends, on the ground floor, the event is still taking place.